إلى الآن حتى يبدأوا.
معالي رئيس الجامعة، هل نبدأ؟
تفضل الله يحييك.
تسلم على رئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم. أما بعد، صاحب المعالي رئيس الجامعة الأستاذ الدكتور خليل إبراهيم الإبراهيم، أصحاب السعادة وكلاء الجامعة، أصحاب السعادة عمداء الكليات، أصحاب السعادة متحدثي المؤتمر، أصحاب السعادة ضيوف المؤتمر، أصحاب السعادة الزملاء والزميلات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بجميع الحضور في فعاليات المؤتمر الدولي الافتراضي للتدريب في الجامعات تحت عنوان جودة التدريب بالجامعات في ضوء التوجهات الحديثة. We welcome all attendees at quality of training in view of recent trends. والآن مع فيديو عن المملكة العربية السعودية وعن جامعة حائل. Now with a video about Saudi Arabia and the University of Hail.
يكفي أن تقول للتاريخ: هنا كانت رسالة النور. وحي السماء هنا، وكتاب الله قرآنا عربيا. هنا رفت أجنحة الملائكة تحدث آخر الرسل. وهنا كانت اقرأ. يكفي أن تقول للتاريخ: هنا كانت رسالة النور إلى العالم. فكان الإسلام وكانت الحضارة، وطن تعرف صحراؤه جباه الساجدين، وسماؤه تحفظ دعاءهم. هنا نبتت كل مفاخر العرب ومعجزاتهم. هنا كانت أوائل الزمان وآخر النبوءات. هنا المكان الذي لم يدنسه مستعمر، وهنا الراية التي لا تنكس، هنا راية ملاحم الصبر بعرقهم، وهنا بني المجد وتأصل التوحيد، هنا هوت أفئدة الحالمين بمغفرة خالقهم. من كل مكان في الأرض أحلامهم هنا، وهنا ستظل أحلامنا تتحقق يوما بعد يوم، ليظل الوطن في قلوبنا. هنا السعودية.
تستمد جامعة حائل رؤيتها من هدف الوصول إلى الريادة المحلية والإقليمية في نشر المعرفة والتميز البحثي والشراكة المجتمعية المستدامة، وتقديم برامج أكاديمية لإعداد الخريجين لسوق العمل، وذلك من خلال تضافر جميع الكوادر البشرية التي تعمل في هذا الصرح. وتراهن الجامعة على تحقيق هذه الأهداف من خلال قيمها، وعلى رأسها العدالة والالتزام والريادة والمسؤولية والمواطنة الصالحة والشفافية والتنافسية. وتعمل جامعة حائل على تحقيق التميز الأكاديمي عبر تأهيل البرامج الأكاديمية للاعتماد وتقييم مدى تطبيق الممارسات الأكاديمية للجامعة، والتحول الإلكتروني، وتنفيذ جملة من المسابقات التنافسية بين الكليات للتحفيز على التميز وتوافق الخطط الدراسية مع متطلبات الإطار الوطني للمؤهلات سقف، والمشاركة مع مؤسسات المجتمع المدني لتدريب الطلاب. كما توضح أرقام المؤشرات البحثية اهتمام جامعة حائل بالأبحاث العلمية.
نشكر معالي رئيس الجامعة على دعمه واهتمامه وإتاحة الفرصة لمثل هذه المؤتمرات. والآن مع كلمة معالي رئيس الجامعة. معالي الرئيس، لعل الصوت لا يعمل.
واضح الآن؟ الصوت واضح؟
نعم واضح معالي الرئيس.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بداية أرحب بأصحاب السعادة المشاركين والمشاركات في المؤتمر الدولي الافتراضي للتدريب في الجامعات. كذلك أرحب بزملائي من أعضاء هيئة التدريس، وكذلك زملائي وكلاء الجامعة والمشاركين من داخل جامعة حائل. أحييكم بتحية الإسلام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يأتي انعقاد هذا المؤتمر الذي يعنى بالتدريب في مرحلة تتوجه المملكة العربية السعودية للاستثمار في رأس المال البشري. ولا شك أن قضية التدريب أصبحت من القضايا الأساسية لتهيئة الكوادر البشرية لقيادة الوطن في المرحلة القادمة. ولقد سعت كثير من الجامعات والمؤسسات الخاصة والرسمية على المستوى الدولي بالعناية بالتدريب والاستثمار في هذا الجانب، مما جعلنا في جامعة حائل نسعى لعقد مثل هذا المؤتمر الذي نهدف من خلاله إلى دراسة واقع التدريب في الجامعات. ولا شك أن التدريب هو أحد الأدوار التي تقوم بها الجامعات سواء على مستوى المنظومة الداخلية أو تقديم الخدمات التدريبية لبقية فعاليات الوطن الرسمي والخاص. ونعقد مثل هذا المؤتمر لاستشراف التجارب الدولية والتجارب العربية والمحلية سوف يسهم في عناية أكبر من الجامعات في قضية التدريب والاستثمار في هذا الجانب، لأن الاستثمار في رأس المال البشري هو الاستثمار الأكبر الآن، ونحن نسعى من خلال هذا التوجه إلى حث الجامعات السعودية والجامعات العربية إلى العناية بالتدريب بشكل أكبر. إن استثمار الكوادر البشرية المؤهلة في الجامعات وتوجيهها إلى العناية بالتدريب هو جزء من أدوار الجامعات لاستثمار هذه الخبرات الكبيرة التي يجب أن يمتد نفعها إلى المجتمع بأكمله. ولا شك أن توجهات المملكة العربية السعودية من خلال رؤيتها ل2030 والبرامج التي تنطلق من هذه الرؤية كلها تسعى إلى هذا التوجه، ونعمل إن شاء الله جميعا إلى أن يكون التدريب أحد الاهتمامات الكبيرة في الوسط الجامعي. ونحن في جامعة حائل لدينا تجربة رائدة في هذا الجانب، سواء على مستوى تدريب الكوادر البشرية داخل الجامعة وكذلك طلاب الجامعة. لدينا برامج خاصة لتدريب الطلاب في كثير من المهارات الناعمة التي يحتاجها الطالب في سوق العمل وفي حياته المستقبلية. ولذلك نريد أن نشارك تجربتنا بقية الجامعات وبقية الزملاء المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر الدولي، سعيا إلى تطوير هذه المنظومة التي سوف تستثمر فيها الجامعات بشكل فاعل في المرحلة القادمة، نظرا للطلب الكبير الذي الآن في السوق المحلي على وجه الخصوص. ولا شك أن وزارة التعليم والجامعات السعودية تعمل في هذا السياق، وهناك منظومات عمل للتدريب. مثلا لدينا عمادة الجودة والتطوير، وهي تسعى إلى إحداث البرامج الداخلية لتطوير أداء أعضاء هيئة التدريس والموظفين وكذلك الطلاب. ولدينا عمادة خدمة المجتمع التي تقدم البرامج التدريبية للمجتمع المحيط في الجامعة. ولا شك أن مرحلة التغيرات التي تحدث في المملكة وتوجهات التوظيف نحو القطاع الخاص أحدثت طلب كبير جدا على منظومة التدريب، وهذا ما يجب أن تلتفت له الجامعات في المرحلة القادمة. أتمنى من هذا المؤتمر أن يكون إن شاء الله بداية فاعلة لتحريك هذه القضية بشكل أكثر جدية، ونسعى إن شاء الله إلى الاستفادة من توصيات المؤتمر وكذلك من الأوراق العلمية التي سوف تقدم خلال فعاليات هذا المؤتمر. باسمي وباسم منسوبي الجامعة أود أن أقدم شكري لكل المشاركين الدوليين والمستوى العربي والمحلي، وأتمنى لهم إن شاء الله مؤتمرا فاعلا إن شاء الله نخرج بتوصيات إن شاء الله تجد طريقها للتنفيذ. شكرا لكم، وأتمنى لكم مؤتمرا إن شاء الله ناجحا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر معالي رئيس الجامعة على دعمه واهتمامه، ومن لديه استفسار عن المؤتمر بشكل عام يمكن كتابته في الشات. Anyone who has a question about the conference in general can write it in the chat. والآن مع كلمة سعادة الدكتور عادل بن محمد الخليل، عميد الجودة والتطوير ورئيس اللجنة التنفيذية للمؤتمر.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. باسمي واسم زملائي فريق العمل أعضاء اللجنة التنظيمية لهذا المؤتمر، نشكر معالي رئيس الجامعة على دعمه الدائم لأنشطة الجودة والتطوير، وكذلك نحن سعداء جدا بتواجد نخبة من رواد التدريب على مستوى العالم في هذا الملتقى العلمي لتطوير منظومات التدريب في الجامعات. وأيضا سعداء بالتفاعل الكبير من الباحثين والمهتمين في التدريب من خلال مشاركاتهم وتسجيلاتهم للحضور في هذا المؤتمر. في هذا العرض المختصر سوف أقدم نبذة عن هذا المؤتمر، عن العوامل التي أدت إلى أن يتم اختيار موضوع هذا المؤتمر وفي هذا التوقيت، وكذلك أبرز أهداف هذا المؤتمر. Please note that I will provide this presentation briefly in English after providing it in Arabic. لعل هناك عدة عوامل أدت إلى أن نتم اختيار هذا المؤتمر في هذا التوقيت. لعل من أبرز هذه العوامل هو توجه الجامعات نحو التدريب وتركيزها على التدريب وتنمية المهارات بدلا من الاعتماد على التعليم كما كان في السابق. أيضا الظروف الراهنة التي يمر فيها العالم والتي أجبرت جامعات والتي أجبرت الكثير من الجامعات ومراكز التدريب بالاعتماد على التدريب الافتراضي لمواكبة هذا التغير. بالرغم من أهمية التدريب وتزايد اهتمام في مجالات تطوير المهارات، لأن هنالك قلة في معايير لضمان جودة التدريب. أيضا هنالك ضعف في أو قلة أيضا في مؤسسات التدريب والتي تعتمد جهات التدريب وتقدم الدعم الفني اللازم. أيضا توجه الجامعات نحو الاستثمار في المعرفة، ولعل من أهم مصادر أو موارد هذا الاستثمار هو تقديم البرامج التدريبية لتحقيق عائد استثماري للجامعات. أيضا في هذا المؤتمر نتطرق إلى جانب مهم في التدريب وهو التدريب الطبي، والذي يعتبر أحد المكونات الرئيسية للبرامج الأكاديمية في المجال الصحي. ومعنا زميلنا الدكتور أحمد السلمي عميد كلية الطب في جامعة حائل سوف يقدم أيضا بعض التفصيل عن هذا الجانب. كل هذه العوامل مجتمعة أدت أو ساهمت في أن نعقد هذا المؤتمر في هذا التوقيت، خصوصا أيضا أن هنالك ضعف في عدد المشاركات والمؤتمرات واللقاءات العلمية التي تتناول هذا الجانب. لذلك نسعى في هذا المؤتمر إلى تحقيق مجموعة من الأهداف التي سوف تسهم بإذن الله تعالى في تطوير منظومة التدريب، تبدأ من خلال تطوير نظم التدريب في الجامعات، وأيضا تحديد ووضع إجراءات لزيادة القيمة التنافسية للتدريب. أيضا لا شك أن تحديد الفجوة وتحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية هي أحد أهم العوامل لنجاح البرامج التدريبية، فلذلك نحن نسعى في هذا المؤتمر أن نستكشف المنهجيات الحديثة في تحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية. أيضا نسعى إلى تطوير وبناء معايير لاعتماد مراكز التدريب وتغطية النقص في هذا المجال. أيضا رصد الأساليب الحديثة في قياس العائد من التدريب وأثر وفاعلية التدريب في مواقع العمل. أيضا نرصد الاتجاهات الحديثة في مجال التدريب الصحي. طبعا في هذا المؤتمر أيضا ومواضيعه المختلفة يتم مناقشة عدة جوانب مختلفة في منظومة التدريب بشكل كامل، تبدأ من خلال الأساليب الحديثة في تحديد الفجوة، تحديد التدريب، بعد ذلك إعداد خطة التدريب، ما هي البرامج التدريبية المناسبة، ما هو التوقيت المناسب لعقد هذه البرامج، من هو الشخص المناسب الذي يقدم هذه البرامج، والكيفية المناسبة التي يتم فيها تقديم البرامج التدريبية. بعد ذلك يتم بناء على ووفقا لهذه الخطة يتم تصميم وإعداد البرامج التدريبية، بعد ذلك التنفيذ والتقييم والمتابعة وقياس الأثر. ففي هذا المؤتمر يتطرق إلى يتناول جميع المراحل المختلفة في منظومة التدريب. لعل من أهم الجوانب في مراحل التدريب واللي ركز عليها هذا المؤتمر وتعتبر من الأهداف الرئيسية في هذا المؤتمر، وهو قياس أثر التدريب، وأيضا تحقيق العائد الاستثماري للجامعات. لا شك أن قياس أثر التدريب يعتبر ليست بالمهمة السهلة، والتأكد من انتقال المهارة المطلوبة وتغطية الفجوة إلى مواقع العمل يعتبر من أبرز التحديات اللي تواجهها منظمات التدريب. أيضا قياس العائد الاستثماري، لا شك أن الاستثمار في التدريب يتطلب دراسات جدوى ودراسات عملية للتأكد من الحصول على العائد الاستثماري المطلوب. هذه نبذة مختصرة عن أبرز المواضيع التي سوف يتناولها هذا المؤتمر، والذي بإذن الله تعالى سوف يكون هنالك إضافة في كل من هذه المحاور المختلفة. الآن اسمحوا لي أن أقدم هذا المؤتمر للمشاركين في هذا المؤتمر من غير المتحدثين باللغة العربية. Dear participants, in this brief presentation, I will provide a brief discussion about the main idea of this conference, the main objectives, and the main topics that are going to be discussed in this conference. First of all, I would like to discuss with you why we are conducting this conference at this time. There are many sources and factors that led us to think about hosting this conference and organizing it. First is the shift of universities toward the training rather than teaching. Also, the current crisis that the world is facing. In response to this crisis, many organizations, institutions, and education are forced to provide their services through virtual platforms. Despite the high importance of skills development, there is still a lack of standards to ensure the quality of training processes. There are also lack of accreditations in institutions that also provide support for the training centers. The high importance of universities that is putting high attention towards investing in their knowledge to provide self-income to the universities, and training programs are one of the main sources for this kind of investments. Also in this conference, we highlight and also address some main topics in terms of medical training. This is because it's essential in all academic programs in the health field. All of these factors that led us to organize this conference. We hope this conference will help us to achieving the following objectives. One of our main objectives is to develop the training systems, the system as a whole. Also to develop the procedures to ensure outstanding training. And also this should provide competitive advantage value for universities. Also, we seek to utilize modern methodologies to identify the training needs and filling the gaps in the skills required. Also, we are hoping to develop the current standards for accrediting training centers. Also, we explore the different methods for assessing and measurement of the impact of a training on the performance as a whole and the effectiveness of the training programs. Also, we explore the recent trends in the field of medical training. My colleague, Dr. Ahmed Al-Salami, Dean of Medical College at University of Hail, will also provide more details in this subject. So these are the main objectives of our conference. This conference discuss all the main parts of the training development process, starting from identifying the gap. We use one of the main tools for identifying the gap is using the competency metrics, either internal or externals. So we also try to explore different tools and ideas to identify the gap in the training that is required. Based on that, we also discuss how to develop the training plan, when and how and by who, and how to provide the training programs. Also, one of the main topics that we try to focus on in this conference is measuring the impact of a training and the return of investment for the training center and institutions. We try to explore the different methods and procedure for this regard. Thank you all, and I hope you find this conference is very useful and interesting.
والآن مع كلمة سعادة الدكتور أحمد السلمي، عميد كلية الطب ورئيس اللجنة العلمية للمحور الطبي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صاحب المعالي رئيس الجامعة، أصحاب السعادة وكلاء الجامعة، أصحاب السعادة متحدثي المؤتمر، أصحاب السعادة والسادة والسيدات ضيوف المؤتمر، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن التدريب هو وسيلة فعالة لتحسين وتطوير أي مجال من المجالات الحياتية المختلفة، سواء كان ذلك في المجال الشخصي، الدراسي، المالي، الصحي أو أي مجال آخر. ويحتل التدريب اليوم مكانة مركزية في العالم كوسيلة هامة وفعالة لتحقيق الأهداف. فلقد أصبحت صناعة التدريب من الصناعات الثقيلة التي تحتاج إلى مدخلات محددة، ويجب أن تتوافر لهذه المدخلات معايير محددة أيضاً من الجودة حتى نستطيع أن نحقق المفهوم الصحيح للتدريب، وأن نعدل المفاهيم القديمة، ومنها أن التدريب ليس مجرد مصروف ولكنه استثمار عالي القيمة. كما لا يخفى على أحد أن الرعاية الصحية تعد من المعايير الأساسية التي تقاس بها جودة حياة الأفراد في المجتمعات المعاصرة، وتزداد أهمية التدريب في القطاع الصحي لأسباب عديدة، أهمها التوسع الدائم في الخدمات الصحية، فكل يوم هنالك ما هو جديد من حيث أساليب العمل والتخصصات الطبية، والتغيير الدائم في ظل ظروف العمل وكثرة المشاكل، حيث يتصف العمل الصحي بالحيوية والحساسية العالية، وقد ترتفع نسبة المشاكل التي تصادف العاملين في هذا القطاع بمختلف فئاتهم ونوع أعمالهم. وتلافي كل هذه المشكلات يكمن في التدريب الطبي المستمر الذي يتم من خلاله تدريب العاملين في القطاع الصحي على كل ما هو جديد في عالم الطب. ولعل من خلال جلسات المؤتمر الخاصة بالتدريب الطبي سنستعرض معا استراتيجيات تعليمية وتدريبية تمثل الاتجاهات الحديثة في التعليم والتدريب الطبي، مثل التعلم بأسلوب حل المشاكل والتعليم المبني على المجتمع، وما يتبعهما من تغير في نمط التعليم والتدريب، وعلاقة ذلك بتنمية القدرات القيادية والإدارية في تلك الأطر. وإنه لمن دواعي سرورنا في جامعة حائل تواجد البيئة الأكاديمية الداعمة للتطوير المستمر في مجال جودة التدريب. ولعل من الأمثلة البارزة على ذلك هو الدعم السخي الذي نشهده اليوم من صاحب المعالي رئيس الجامعة بموافقته الكريمة على إقامة مثل هذا المؤتمر الذي أعتبره شخصياً بمثابة حجر أساس لانطلاقة نوعية في التدريب الجامعي، وما لهذا المؤتمر من الأثر الكبير على التأثير المباشر في الارتقاء بمستوى التدريب الطبي من خلال الأطروحات النوعية التي سنشهدها من المتحدثين المتميزين في هذا المؤتمر، حيث حرص القائمون على هذا المؤتمر وعلى رأسهم أخي سعادة عميد التطوير والجودة في الجامعة الدكتور عادل الخليل على انتقاء المتحدثين بعناية تامة. وتبلورت تلك الجهود المباركة بأن حظي هذا المؤتمر بكوكبة من المتحدثين الذين هم نخبة من رواد التعليم والتدريب الطبي حول العالم، كل في مجاله، وقد تم اختيارهم لما لهم من خبرة عميقة في الموضوعات المطروحة. وفي نهاية كلمتي أجدد الترحيب بكم جميعا، وأسأل الله عز وجل أن يكون هذا المؤتمر ناجحا وأن يحقق كل الأهداف المرسومة له، كما أنني أعد الجميع أنني وزملائي في الكليات الصحية بالجامعة سنبذل قصارى جهودنا نحو الارتقاء بالتدريب الطبي وتفعيل كافة توصيات هذا المؤتمر. And for the English speakers, Your Highness the President of the University of Hail, Your Excellencies the Vice Presidents, our distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Practical training is one of the fundamental means by which professionals in various fields can advance their set of skills, whether it be on the personal level, academic, or financial level, or in that sense, essentially any other field. And nowadays, practical training has a central role around the world as a crucial tool to achieving goals and targets. In fact, practical training has become a sophisticated industry that is, in contrast to previous centuries, is currently evidence-based and standard-oriented. Moreover, it is now being perceived as a valuable investment rather than a mere necessary expenditure. And nowadays, healthcare systems represent one of the parameters used to measure quality of life in modern societies. And it goes without saying that practical training in the medical field is becoming progressively challenging for several reasons, some of which are the ever-expanding list of medical services and the continuously evolving nature of the way we are practicing medicine, with the best example is the current pandemic and how it has really reshaped not only the way we look at medical education and training, but also the way we are living our lives. Therefore, I think it is safe to say that healthcare training is one of the highly dynamic and rapidly evolving fields that we ought to embrace spiritedly to overcome challenges facing us currently and in the foreseeable future. So throughout the course of this conference, we will be reviewing various training and learning strategies that represent the recent advances in medical education field and how those strategies would influence further growth of leadership skills within the same context. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very inspiring and motivating to feel such a great support from our university for such a vital concept, with a generous sponsorship from His Highness the President of the University, Professor Khalil Al-Ibrahim, a support that I personally regard as the foundation for an outstanding beginning for a prosperous future for our university in this highly influential field. I would like to also thank all those behind the success of the preparation efforts for this exceptional conference, with a special thanks to His Excellency, the Dean of Development and Quality in the University, Dr. Adil Al-Khalil, and his astonishing team. And I would like to also thank all our well-known distinguished speakers for being part of this really heartwarming milestone in the history of our university, and for their well-rounded and carefully selected topics they have chosen for this conference. Last but not least, I would like to again welcome all of you in this conference, which we aspire that by its end, it will have fulfilled its meticulously selected goals and targets. And I will make sure that I closely with other deans of the healthcare colleges at our university to to enhance and enrich the quality of medical training in our university. Thank you so much, everyone.
وردنا بعض الأسئلة، ونظرا لضيق الوقت المتاح تم اختيار سؤالين منهم. في ظل المتغيرات الحالية في العالم، ما هي القيمة المضافة أو النتائج التي يقدمها المؤتمر؟ We answer some questions. Another question, what is the relationship of health training to the conference themes and title?
شكرا دكتور خالد. لعل أبرز العوائد المتوقعة من هذا المؤتمر، طبعا جميع المشاركات العلمية في هذا المؤتمر سوف تنشر في مجلات علمية محكمة. أيضا سوف يتم إعداد كيس ريبورت لكل محور من محاور هذا المؤتمر، المحورين الأساسيين اللي هو جودة التدريب as a system، أيضا فيما يخص أيضا التدريب الصحي. هنالك العديد من المشاركات المتميزة التي تلقيناها في هذا المؤتمر، سوف تساهم بإذن الله تعالى في تطوير الإجراءات في مجال التدريب، في حوكمة التدريب، أيضا في استخدام منهجيات وابروتشز في قياس العائد من أثر التدريب. So I will also answer the question in English. There were a question about what are the main outcomes and the contribution of the outcome of this conference towards the development of a training. So we have received some excellent research with excellent findings. So that will help the procedures and the governance of a training systems, and thus improving the quality. Also, the two main topics of the conference, a case reports, will be developed and published. So that is include the main findings based on the research of participated in this conference. هذه ما إجابتي للسؤال الأول. السؤال الثاني بالنسبة للجانب الطبي وعلاقته في هذا المؤتمر، ممكن زميلي الدكتور أحمد العميد كلية الطب ممكن يجاوب على هذا السؤال. دكتور أحمد.
طيب، شكرا لك سعادة الدكتور. First of all, I think it's really a good question to really think about what is the association and what is the relationship between the current conference being around practical training in general and the medical education and medical training. Of course, the training in general is really related to all practical sciences, not only medicine. However, in a university that has half of its colleges built around the medical field and the medical sciences, and also in the era of the pandemic that seems to still be going on, I think there is a rising need to really focus on reshaping the way we are educating and training our future scientists in the medical field and future doctors, so that they are prepared and well prepared really for such an unprecedented pandemics in the future. In this pandemic, we really learned a lot of new things that we were not taught previously during medical school. Because as we all know that this kind of pandemic and this kind of global disruption, global economic and medical disruption, we were not really trained for this. And it is really brave to embrace such a fact and actually actively trying to work on fixing that reality by actively and proactively doing such conferences to prepare the new generation of scientists to face such challenges in the future, so that if, God forbid, it happens again, we will be very prepared for this, and the history will write this in the history books, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I hope we answered the questions, and also we will have an open discussion at the end of the presentations today. So now we start the first session of this conference, and الآن نبدأ الجلسة الأولى في هذا المؤتمر، ولعل خير بداية نبدأها مع القامة الوطنية في التدريب، الأستاذ الدكتور ناصر بن هتلان القحطاني، رئيس المنظمة العربية للتنمية الإدارية في جامعة الدول العربية، ونحن سعداء في تواجده معنا في هذا الملتقى، ونتطلع للاستفادة من خبراته وتجاربه الطويلة في مجال التدريب وقيادة عدد من المنظمات في التدريب. فقط تعريف مختصر في الأستاذ الدكتور ناصر القحطاني، حاصل على الدكتوراه في الإدارة العامة من جامعة فيرجينيا في الولايات المتحدة. حاليا هو المدير العام للمنظمة العربية للتنمية الإدارية، وعمل سابقا أيضا مديرا مساعدا بالمنظمة العربية للتنمية الإدارية، ومديرا عاما للبحوث والاستشارات في معهد الإدارة العامة في المملكة العربية السعودية. أيضا عمل رئيسا للفريق الاستشاري في مشروع قياس رضا المستفيدين، ورئيسا لجائزة الأداء الحكومي المتميز في المنطقة الشرقية في المملكة العربية السعودية. سعداء بتواجدك معنا بروف ناصر، الكلمة لك، تفضل لنا.
الرحمن الرحيم. تسمعني يا دكتور عادل؟
واضح الصوت، تفضل طال عمرك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وسعد الله صباحكم جميعا أصحاب المعالي والسعادة. في البداية يعني سعداء بهذه المشاركة، وسعداء بهذه الدعوة الكريمة للمنظمة ولنا للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر المهم. وأعتقد أنه ما تقدمه في البداية أحاط بكثير من التحديات والموضوعات المهمة بشأن التدريب. أخي الدكتور عادل، الأخوة والأخوات المشاركين معنا، نحن في المنظمة العربية للتنمية الإدارية كأحدى منظمات جامعة الدول العربية، ربما نبذة مختصرة عن هذه المنظمة. هي كما أشرت أحدى منظمات جامعة الدول العربية، وهي منظمة معنية بالتنمية الإدارية، وبالتالي هذا المؤتمر يأتي في سياق اهتمامات هذه المنظمة. نحن كمنظمة نمثل وزارات الخدمة المدنية العرب، كل 22 عضو في هذه المنظمة، ونحن مقرنا كما تعرف أخي الدكتور عادل الأخوة والأخوات في القاهرة، ولنا مقرات إقليمية في الإمارات وفي المغرب العربي. أهم أنشطتنا طبعا كمنظمة 5 أنشطة تحقق أهدافها الاستراتيجية: التدريب طبعا أحد الأنشطة الرئيسة، والدراسات الاستشارية، وكذلك الفعاليات والمقصود بها المؤتمرات والندوات، كل اللي له علاقة بالتنمية الإدارية بكل التخصصات المختلفة. ثم لدينا النشر والتوزيع والترجمة والبحوث، أيضا نشاط كبير في هذه المنظمة. والنشاط الأخير هو الجوائز، إدارة الجوائز العربية، جوائز التميز العربية، وبالتالي نحن في سياق الجودة والتميز. هذا باختصار، وزميلي الأستاذ طارق سالم مدير إدارة التدريب سيتحدث غدا إن شاء الله بالتفصيل عن التدريب وجودة التدريب وما تدعمه هذه المنظمة في هذا الاتجاه، اللي أعتقد أنه حقيقة تحدي كبير تفضل معالي الرئيس والإخوة الأفاضل في الإشارة إليه. ولكن يبدو لي أنه إحنا محتاجين أيضا أن نوضح تحديات أخرى قد تكون يعني توضح لنا هذا المسار. اسمح لي بس أني أحرك الشرائح. تسمعني دكتور عادل؟ ألو؟
واضح يا دكتور، تفضل.
وبالتالي أنا أحاول أحرك الشرايح. تشوف الآن يا دكتور عادل؟
إيه تمام.
كما تلاحظون الدكتور عادل، يعني سنتحدث في هذه الفترة الوجيزة حول العملية التدريبية. سنتحدث عن التدريب المعتمد على الجدارات، سنتحدث عن الثورة الرابعة والتحول الرقمي وأداء المؤسسات، وكذلك طرق ووسائل التدريب المعاصرة، التوجهات الحديثة في التدريب والتطوير، سياسات معاصرة للتدريب والتعليم، ثم نتحدث في الخاتمة عن أهمية العملية التدريبية في الإطار المؤسسي. احنا طبعا في البداية ودي أن أشير إلى موضوع العملية التدريبية. أخي الدكتور عادل، الإخوة والأخوات، هي للأسف الشديد أنه هناك كثير من المؤسسات في العربية وغير العربية لا تنظر بجدية إلى هذه العملية وإلى مدى ترابط هذه العملية. عملية تبدأ بتحديد الاحتياجات وتصميم البرامج وتنفيذها، ثم تقييم الأداء، ثم معرفة الأثر التدريبي الذي حدث بعد هذا التدريب. وبالتالي احنا محتاجين إلى شيء من الجودة في كل هذه المراحل، سواء في التخطيط أو رقابتها أو الأشورنس أو التحسين المستمر. العملية التدريبية يعني بعض المؤسسات أيضا، لا نعمم، ولكن لا تؤخذ بجدية، بمعنى قد يركز على مرحلة من المراحل ولكن لا يركز على بقية المراحل. وبالتالي نحن نؤكد كثيرا، وأنا كما تفضلت أخي الدكتور عادل كمدرب سابق، كنا نواجه تحدي كبير في موضوع تحديد الاحتياجات. كنا وهي ليست ظاهرة تحدث مرة أو مرتين، ولكن بشكل مستمر تكتشف كمدرب كخبير أنه الشخص اللي جاي للتدريب هو حقيقة لا يعنيه البرنامج ولا تعنيه هذه المهارات ولا المعارف اللي جاي من أجلها. وبالتالي نعرف من هذا أن هناك مشكلة في موضوع تحديد الاحتياجات، وسأتحدث بالتفصيل ربما عن هذه المشكلة وعن أسباب هذه المشكلة. لدينا موضوع هو موجة ربما تتحدث عنها الأدبيات الإدارة والتدريب حول الجدارات أو الكومبتنسز، اللي هي حقيقة لو فكرت فيها هي لا تختلف كثيرا عن الأهداف التدريبية لكل الوظائف من مهارات ومن معارف ومن سلوكيات وظيفية. هذه الجدارات الأساسية التي تساهم في الأداء المقبول، سواء كان على مستوى الوظيفة أو على مستوى الشخص أو على مستوى الأعمال. بالتالي أنت تحتاج إلى أنك تحدد مهارات مناسبة لهذا الشخص ليؤدي هذه الوظيفة بما ينعكس على السيرفيس أو الخدمة أو المنتج الذي تأمل في تحقيقه في نهاية المطاف. ماذا نقصد بالتدريب المعتمد على الجدارة؟ هو حقيقة يركز على ماذا تريد من هذا التدريب، وهذه إشكالية نواجهها لدى الكثير من المؤسسات يعني أو الوحدات ربما الإدارية. يعني ليس هناك صورة واضحة للنتيجة المتوقعة لهذا التدريب. ما هي الفجوة التي تحاول أن تردمها؟ ما هي الجابز بين الأداء وبين المهارات التي تأمل في تحقيقها؟ هذه أمور أساسية وجوهرية حتى لا نضيع الجهود ولا نضيع الأموال، نهدر الوقت في لا يحقق الهدف في النهاية. عندنا أيضا فكرة الجدارات تركز على موضوع الماجولز وكيف تحدد قدرة محددة بسيطة تحاول أن تعالجها بدلاً أن تأتي إلى مجموعة كبيرة من القدرات وبالتالي يصعب عليك تحقيقها. هذه الشريحة مهمة جداً، وأرجو الأخوة جميعاً يعني يعطون انتباه لهذا الموضوع. أنا صراحة أخي دكتور عادل، الأخوة والأخوات، لدي قناعة ومن خلال التجربة بأنه كما تلاحظون على هذه الشريحة 70% من تطوير الكفاءات يحدث أثناء العمل، و20% يحدث من خلال التواصل عبر الإنترنت أو التواصل الشخصي. تخيل 10% يحدث من خلال التدريب المبرمج. ما المقصود بذلك؟ يعني لا تأمل كثيراً كمسؤول كقائد في انه البرامج التدريبيه، وطبعا هذا الكلام ربما يعني في كونفليكت لبعض المراكز التدريبيه والمصالح التدريبيه والى اخره، ولكن هذه الحقيقه بانه 10% فقط يتم تحقيقه من خلال هذه البرامج. التدريب الحقيقي هو من خلال الممارسه اثناء العمل، من خلال الاحتكاك بالاخرين سواء منتورنج او كوتشنج او الى اخره. هذا يحاول ان يحقق جزء بسيط كبرامج تدريبيه، ولذلك اخوه والاخوات نحن نؤكد دائما في الحديث عن التدريب بان المهاره او المعرفه او الاتجاه السلوكي لدى الشخص هي اهداف مهمه من هذه البرامج التدريبيه، ولكن هناك اهداف اخرى لبعض المؤسسات هي تدرب لتغيير بيئه العمل، تدرب لنوع من المكافاه او التحفيز، وبالتالي هناك اهداف غير ما يسعى اليها البعض الذي يعتقد انه بهذا البرنامج التدريبي سيحصل على موظف بنسخه جديده. هذا غير صحيح. وسأتحدث ربما عن نقطة أساسية سأشير إليها في نهاية هذه البرزنتيشن أو هذه المحاضرة، إنه الرغبة في التعلم أساسية للفرد سواء داخل العمل أو خارج العمل، وهذا تحدي كبير نواجهه مع الطلاب كانوا أو مع المتدربين. ونحن نؤكد أخي دكتور عادل أن الإنسان مهما بلغ من السن عندما يجلس على مقاعد تدريب فهو يتصرف إلى حد كبير كالطالب، وبالتالي هل لديك الرغبة في التعلم؟ هل لديك الرغبة في التطوير الذاتي؟ أعتقد تحدي كبير، مما لاحظناه في بعض الدول الأخرى التي ننظر إليها كدول متقدمة بأنه كثيرا ما يتحمل الموظف نفسه تكلفة التدريب، بمعنى أنه يذهب للتدريب من أجل أن يطور نفسه. وبعض المعاهد والمؤسسات التدريبية التي يعني معنية بالتدريب يعني لو تركت الأمور للشخص أن يعني مدى حرصه على التطوير الذاتي قد لا تأتي هذه الأعداد الكبيرة. وبالتالي نحن نؤكد على أهمية التدريب بدون شك، ولكن التدريب أثناء العمل يلعب دور كبير، ومن خلال الاحتكاك بالآخرين والتجربة أساسية. وفي نفس الوقت كما أشرنا أنه التدريب بنسبة 10% أو المهارات تتطور والمعارف تتطور من خلال التدريب بنسبة بسيطة. وكذلك كما تلاحظ في خريج الجامعة أو طلاب الجامعات بعد التخرج، يعني قد لا يعني أن يطبق كل ما تعلمه، ربما نسبة بسيطة جدا من ما تعلمه، لأنه الممارسة والنظرية قد لا تتطابقان، وبالتالي هذا نأخذه في الاعتبار. البرامج التي تصمم على أساس الجدارات مجموعة من المراحل، أنا أعرف أنه الكثير معنا الآن يعرف هذه المراحل، ولكن لماذا تدرب؟ ما الجدارة المطلوبة في هذا الشأن لأداء هذا العمل؟ هل أهداف تدريب البرنامج والوحدات المكونة له واضحة بالنسبة لك؟ ما هي المخرجات؟ ماذا تريد من هذا المتدرب؟ يعني هذا سؤال حقيقة يعني المسؤولين عن التدريب يعني ورئيس الموظف وكل من له علاقة بهذا المتدرب، لماذا ترسل هذا المتدرب؟ لماذا تدرب هذا المتدرب؟ لابد أن يكون لديك مخرج متوقع من هذه العملية، وبالتالي بعد ذلك يتم تصميم الأنشطة التدريبية الخاصة بهذه المهارات المستهدفة، وبالتالي بعد ذلك تأتي العملية التي يستطيع من خلالها أن يظهر المتدرب الجدارة التي حققها من خلال التدريب. هل لديه فرصة لإبراز؟ وهذا تحدي آخر دكتور عادل. الأخوة والأخوات، يتدرب الشخص يحصل على مهارة معرفة إلى آخره ثم يذهب إلى العمل، هذه قصة أخرى وهذا تحدي آخر. وبالتالي يعني أحيانا نكتشف أنه التدريب لم يحقق العائد المطلوب كما تفضل معالي الرئيس وأشار إلى أنه قد تصرف أموال وتهدر موارد بدون أن تحقق هدفها. النقطة الأخيرة أو قبل عفوا اللي بعد ذلك الثورة الرابعة والتحول الرقمي وأداء المؤسسات. أنا هذه الأخوة والأخوات أعتقد أن هناك فرصة ذهبية لكل المنظمات حول العالم وخاصة العالم العربي والعالم النامي، فرصة ذهبية للتطوير والتحسين من خلال هذه الفرصة الذهبية. التكنولوجي اللي توفره سواء في الثورة الرابعة كما تسمى أو التحول الرقمي في المؤسسات. لكن هذا أيضا ينجم عنه تحديات كبيرة في توفير هذه التكنولوجي وأيضا التدريب على هذه التكنولوجي. وطبعا احنا شفنا في هذه الجائحة وفي ظل هذه الجائحة كيف خدمت هذه التقنيات الكثير من المؤسسات. لكن أيضا أنا دكتور عادل أنظر ليس إلى المملكة العربية السعودية بمواردها الضخمة وأجهزتها الحكومية المتميزة والمتطورة. هناك كثير من الدول في العالم العربي والنامي وأفريقيا لا تستطيع أن توفر هذه التقنيات. هذا تحدي كبير لهم، وعلينا أن نأخذ هذا في الاعتبار، وخاصة نحن هنا في المنظمة بأن الدول ليست كلها تمتلك هذه الموارد. في نقطة أخرى في هذا الشأن، الموظف صار هناك توجه أنه يبحث عن الجهة التي تستطيع من خلالها أن يطور مهاراته ومعارفه. وكما أشرنا أنه موضوع الموازنات هو موضوع مهم جدا، ليس في تطوير التكنولوجي أو توفير التكنولوجي، ولكن في موضوع التدريب. الطرق التدريب اللي أنت تعرفها دكتور عادل والإخوان جميعا، سواء كان محاضرات أو أثناء العمل أو التدريب مساعدة الكمبيوتر والحاسب الآلي، أو التدريب المعتمد على الحاسب الآلي، وكذلك موضوع الشبكات. وهذه طرق جديدة ما كانت يعني في السابق ذات يعني أثر كبير. الآن نحن أمام الإنترنت والإنترنت وكذلك الهاتف الذكي. الموضوع اللي ربما تعرفونه جميعا موضوع اليوتيوب ودوره في طريقة جديدة في التدريب أو الاستفادة من هذه التقنية، سواء بتسجيلات خاصة في المؤسسات لتدريب العاملين بها والموظفين، أو الاستفادة من تجارب أخرى قدمت في مؤسسات أخرى أو من خلال مؤسسات أخرى. أنتقل وباختصار إلى التوجهات الحديثة في التدريب والتعليم. نلاحظ أنه تم الانتقال من التدريب المعتمد على القاعة الصفية أو الكلاس كما يسمى أو الفصل إلى التدريب باستخدام طرق متعددة. في السابق كنا نعتمد على قاعة ومجموعة من المشاركين في هذه القاعة ومدرب وإلى آخره. الآن بدأت الأمور تتغير، أنه عندنا يعني تنوع في هذه الوسائل. أيضا الابتعاد عن الدرجات والشهادات، هذا أنا أعتقد أن هذا مهم جدا. أخي الدكتور عادل، إحنا نتحدث اليوم عن المهارات والحديث كثير الآن عن كما تعرفون التركيز على المهارة وليس على الشهادة، وأنا أعتقد أن هذا توجه سليم ويعطينا مؤشر على أن الشهادات كما تعرفون كان هناك شيء من الدكترة في بعض المناصب والوظائف، وأنا من الناس الذين عارضوا ويعارضون هذا التوجه. حقيقة الشهادة لا تعني القدرة على القيادة، ولا تعني المهارة، ولا تعني إلا أنه حصلت على كمية من التعليم أو المعلومات، ولكن المهارات هي الأساس في الأخير. لا يعني إن كان دكتور أو يحمل شهادة عليا إذا كان لا يستطيع أن يؤدي المهمة المكلف بها بجدارة. أيضا تقنيات التعليم تغيرت كما تلاحظون في الإي ليرنينج تكنولوجيز. عندنا أيضا توجهات أخرى بالانتقال من التدريب المتمحور حول المستند، الدوكيومنتس والأوراق الكثيرة وإلى آخره. صار هناك شيء من التوترينج، صار شيء من السيميوليشنز وإلى آخره. هذا توجه أيضا أصبح جديد على عالم التدريب. وكذلك الانتقال من التدريب الجماعي إلى دعم الأداء المخصص، التركيز على الشخص في العمل وليس فقط مجموعة من المشاركين أو المتدربين اللي يحضرون في مكان معين ويتم تدريبهم. أيضا كنا بنركز على الخبير، يعني لابد أن يكون هناك خبير وهناك مدرب لاكتساب هذه المهارة أو هذه المعرفة. صار في يعني استفادة من الجميع، من الآخرين من خلال السوشيال ميديا إلى آخره. إذن الخبير لم يعد محور للعملية التدريبية. لدينا أيضا توجه آخر وهو الانتقال من التطبيقات الكبيرة كمحتوى للتدريب والانتقال إلى الوحدات التدريبية الصغيرة. هذا حقيقة توجه يعني حديث إلى حد ما، والغرض من ذلك هو انه صرنا بنركز على قدره وما يسمى ببرامج القدره الواحده، وليس بالضروره ان تقدم لهذا المتدرب او الموظف مجموعه كبيره من المهارات والقدرات. انت تركز على قدره واحده وتستمر في دعم هذا الموظف او هذا المتدرب بقدرات مختلفه. لدينا توجه اخر خاص بالتعليم الاجتماعي، وفي هذا الحال تقوم المنظمات بتجربه التعليم القائم على المشروعات متعدده الوظائف، وهذا من خلال ملتقيات ومنتديات معده مسبقا كما تسمى منتورنج فورمز والى اخره. ايضا التعليم المصغر او المايكرو ليرنينج في نفس الاتجاه، هو اجزاء صغيره في محتوى التعليم، بمعنى تاخذ وحده بسيطه لمده دقائق، ربما تكون على شكل تسجيل او على تصوير فيديو او الى اخره، وبالتالي تقدم للموظف. ايضا في استخدام لتقنيات الالعاب والجيميفيكيشنز والواقع المعزز والافتراضي، هذه ايضا الاوجمنتد يعني ان فيرتشوال رياليتي صارت من ضمن التوجهات المستخدمه في التدريب، وكذلك المهارات الشخصيه او مهارات القوه. ونحن نؤكد على هذا الجانب الاخوه والاخوات بانه موضوع الانتربيرسونال سكيلز او المهارات السلوكيه تلعب دور كبير في تطوير اداء الموظف، وبالتالي سميت بالمهارات او مهارات القوه لهذا السبب، وانا اتفق مع هذا التوجه حقيقه. ولذلك نختم هذه الفقره بالتدريب على المهارات الناعمه او السوفت سكيلز. انا اعتقد انه اي موظف يريد ان يكون متميز وناجح في عمله يجب ان يمتلك هذه المهارات، لا يعني المهارات القوه ولا السوفت سكيلز. بدونها لا تستطيع انت كموظف ان تحقق النجاحات المتوقعه منك، مع اهميه التكنيكال سكيلز او المهارات الهارد سكيلز كما تسمى، الا انه في الحقيقه بدون هذه المهارات الناعمه لا تستطيع كموظف ان تحقق الاداء المطلوب. ايضا سامر باختصار وربما ان شاء الله ما اطلت في الوقت دكتور عادل. سياسات معاصره للتدريب والتعليم، هناك تركيز استراتيجي، بمعنى انه من ضمن التحديات الكبيره ان المنظمات تعمل على موائمه ممارساتها مع استراتيجيه العمل الشامل للمؤسسه، وهذا تحدي من التحديات التي تواجه كثير من المنظمات. التدريب وخطه التدريب والموارد البشريه في يعني اتجاه، وللاسف الشديد استراتيجيه المؤسسه في اتجاه اخر. التحديات الكبيره التي تواجهها كثير من المؤسسات. نقطة أخرى أيضا حوكمة عملية تدريب وتطوير الموظفين، وهذا موضوع الحوكمة وتحدث فيه الأخوة سابقا، ولكن نحن نعتقد بأن المنظمات يجب أن تركز على الإدارة السليمة لوظيفة تدريب وتطوير الموظفين بما يتماشى مع مبادئ حوكمة المؤسسات من شفافية ومحاسبة ومساءلة إلى آخره. ايضا لدينا اشكاليه في تحديد الاحتياجات الاستباقي، هذا انا اعتقد انه ايضا اساسي واشرنا له في السابق. هناك ايضا التعلم المشترك او المدمج، وتستخدم المنظمات مزيجا من المنهجيات المختلفه لتسهيل التعليم مع التركيز بشكل خاص على التعليم الالكتروني، وايضا تحسين الاداء. ونحن نقول بانه المنظمات ليس من أجل التدريب تقوم بهذه الجهود، ولكن تعمل على أن يكون هناك تحول نحو تقديم التدريب الذي يعتمد على تطوير العمل وتطوير الأداء، وبالتالي إذا لم يكن هناك انعكاس على الأداء لا جدوى ولا فائدة من هذا التدريب. أيضا موضوع ثقافة التعلم، كما أشرت قد يكون التدريب مضيعة للوقت إذا لم تكن هناك بيئة مواتية للتعلم والنمو، وهناك رغبة في التعلم والتطوير الذاتي. أنا أعتقد هذا من الأمور التي تلعب دور كبير. أيضا هناك التعلم القائم على النتائج، هناك تحول في كثير من المؤسسات والمنظمات أنه شو النتيجة المتوقعة من هذا التدريب أو هذا التعليم. في نفس الوقت دعم المتعلم نفسه أو المتدرب، بقدر المستطاع بنحاول التركيز على أنه أنت ترغب في تطوير ذاتك وتتعلم وتكتسب مهارة. نحن دورنا كمنظمة كمؤسسة أن ندعم هذا التوجه. التوجيه والإرشاد طبعا هذا أو هذين أسلوبين يعني ليس يعني متشددين، ولكن نأمل أن يكون في تركيز عليهم، اللي هو يسمى المنتورنج والكوتشنج، وإحنا نقول التدريب القاعات وإلى آخره، ولكن محتاج إلى موجه وإلى داعم وإلى يعني من ينقل المعرفة إلى الموظف الجديد. ولذلك اقترحنا ونقترح بأن يكون هناك توجه لهذه الآلية، بمعنى أنه وهذا يساهم في نقل المعرفة، أنه الموظف الجديد يجب أن يكون هناك مسؤول أو صاحب تميز في الأداء في المؤسسة يقوم بالإشراف على هذا الموظف والتدريب. آخر فقرة دكتور عادل، تسمعني؟
معك دكتور بإيجاز تكرما، لأن في سؤال من أحد المشاركين.
طيب أنا عارف أنه أنا بس يعني الوقت يعني يداهمنا قد أكون أطلت، ولكن هذه الفقرة مهمة جدا، وهي تختصر ربما الكثير العملية التدريبية في الإطار المؤسسي. ما المقصود بذلك بشأن القيادة؟ نحن نرى بأنه بدون دعم للقيادة لا يمكن أن تحقق العملية التدريبية دورها. نؤكد دائما على المورد البشري أهم الموارد، وهذا كلام نحن نكرره دائما، لكن أحيانا لا نجد هناك سياسات وموازنات وخطط تعكس هذا الاهتمام وهذا الكلام عن المورد البشري. أيضا احنا محتاجين إلى تفعيل دور إدارة الموارد البشرية اللي الكثير منا يتحدث عنها، ولكن على أرض الواقع قد نجد صعوبة في ذلك. وبالتالي لماذا نؤكد على هذا الجانب؟ لأنه السلكشن بروسيس أو اختيار العاملين من الأساس هو نقطة أساسية في تطوير مهارات المورد البشري داخل أي منظمة، وبالتالي نأمل أن يكون هناك دقة في اختيار الأشخاص المناسبين لهذه الجهة ولأهداف هذه الجهة. استراتيجية المنظمة هذه من ضمن التحديات حقيقة اللي نأكد عليها، وأنه يعني بعض المسؤولين عن التدريب ربما قد لا يفهم حتى رسالة المؤسسة التي يعمل بها، ما الهدف منها، ما الهدف من إنشائها، حتى أوفر هذا المورد البشري المؤهل الذي يخدم هذه الأهداف. كذلك كما أشرنا الموائمة بين الخطط الاستراتيجية وخطط التدريب. في نقطة أخرى مهمة دكتور عادل والإخوة والأخوات، وين موقع إدارات تدريب؟ نحن لا نتحدث عن جامعات فقط، ولكن كل المؤسسات في الهياكل التنظيمية، بما يعكس أهمية هذه الوحدات. أيضا الاختيار المناسب لطاقم العمل في إدارات التدريب والموارد البشرية. من التجارب يعني في بعض المؤسسات العربية أنه الكثير من القائمين على هذه الإدارات لا أعتقد أنه اختيار موفق، بمعنى أنه ليس لديه الخلفية الجيدة عن موضوع التدريب وجودة التدريب وتفاصيل التدريب. هل هناك لائحة للتدريب؟ هذه من ضمن التحديات اللي نلاحظها على بعض المؤسسات. وأيضا هل لديك صورة واضحة عن الجدارات المطلوبة لكل وظيفة لكل وحدة إدارية؟ هل لديك قدرة على تحديد الوظائف وتحليل هذه الوظائف حتى تستطيع أن تحدد المهارات المطلوبة لكل وظيفة؟ لدينا موضوع البروسيسز أو العمليات، هذه أيضا من ضمن التحديات ربما المطلوبة من خلال يعني أن تكون هناك عملية متكاملة بحيث يكون هناك مخرجات ومدخلات. العمليات تتحدث عن أن كل مخرج لمرحلة أو لعملية هو مدخل لعملية أخرى. عنصر المتابعة في العملية الإدارية هذا من ضمن العناصر المفقودة. نحن العملية الإدارية تتكون من التخطيط والتوجيه والإشراف إلى آخره. المتابعة بمعنى لا نسأل عن النتائج، ماذا تحقق؟ خصصنا هذه الموازنات وخصصنا هذا الجهد وهذا المورد، ما هي النتيجة التي تحققت؟ وبالتالي هل كان هناك قياس الأداء وللمخرجات؟ أيضا الحوكمة كما أشرنا، موضوع الشفافية والمساءلة والعدالة في كافة مراحل العملية التدريبية. وآخر فقرة دكتور عادل، وهي أعتقد أنه تلخص الكثير وتؤكد على الكثير، وهو الثقافة التنظيمية. هل التدريب وسيلة أم هدف؟ هذا السؤال يجب أن يكون واضح للجميع. نحن ننظر إلى التدريب كوسيلة وليس كهدف. هل هناك فلسفة واضحة للتدريب؟ بمعنى كما نتحدث عن فلسفة التعليم، لماذا تدرب؟ ما الغرض من تدريبك لهذه فئة من العاملين أو الموظفين. هل لدى الأفراد الرغبة في التعلم وتنمية المهارات والإثراء الوظيفي؟ ما هو رأي المستفيد المحلي والمجتمع في تقييم جودة المخرجات؟ وهذا أيضا أو هذه نقطة جوهرية. أنا أعتقد أنه الايزو والمعايير والى اخره، انا اعتقد المعيار الحقيقي هو البيئه المحليه ونظرتها لهذا المخرج كطالب او كمنتج او كخدمه الى اخره. هل الناس راضيه عن هذا المخرج؟ انا اعتقد هذا اساسي ويلعب دور كبير في تحقيقك لاهدافك كمؤسسه. المساواه والعداله ومعيار الكفاءه تحدثنا عن وصل الجميع وبما يعزز المهارات. نقطه اخيره دكتور عادل، أنا أعتقد أنه موضوع الهوية والاعتزاز بها شرط أساسي لأي تنمية حقيقية في أي منظمة، في أي مؤسسة، في أي بيئة. الثقافة المحلية أو اللغة أو الدين، يجب أن نعتز بثقافتنا، يجب أن نعتز يعني لغتنا، بما يؤهلك كموظف كمؤسسة أن تعكس هذه البيئة المحلية، لأنه في الأخير أنت تخدم بيئة محددة، محيط محدد. وفي الأخير نؤكد على أن النظام التعليمي في أي مكان هو أساس أو شرط أساس للحصول على الكفاءات أو الموارد البشرية للمنظمات. كلما كان لديك نظام تعليمي فعال، كلما استطعت أن توفر المورد البشري المؤهل الذي لاحقا تستطيع أن تطور مهاراته ومعارفه. وهذا باختصار دكتور عادل، كل التوفيق لكم ولمؤتمركم، وإن شاء الله نلتقي وإياكم على خير بإذن الله.
شكرا الأستاذ الدكتور ناصر. بس تكرما تبقى معنا قليلا. أنا بس أحتاج بشكل مختصر أقدم أعطي نبذة عن ما تم من عرضكم الرائع والشامل للعملية التدريبية للمشاركين معنا من غير الناطقين باللغة العربية. فأستأذنك في دقيقتين أقدم اختصار عن ما قدمته. بعد ذلك يعني وردنا عدد من الأسئلة، ممكن نظرا لضيق الوقت حاخذ سؤال واحد فقط. Dear participants, His Highness Prof. Nasser is head of the Arabic Organization for Skills Development. He provided a presentation. He provided a holistic view about the skills development processes. He focused on the training needs and also the importance of identifying the gap accurately, and as it is the main point for ensuring successful skills development. He also mentioned an interesting distribution of the percentage for skills development, in which only 10% of the total skills development can be delivered through organized training programs. And also he highlighted the fourth revolution and its impact on the training process. He also emphasized that skills should be the main criteria for staff selections, not the qualification. Also, the increasing demand for documentation in the skills development process has can have a negative impact on the skills development. That's a brief and overview of the presentation that Professor Nasser Al-Qahtani has delivered. Professor Nasser, في عندنا مجموعة من الأسئلة. أنا ممكن أخذ سؤال واحد فقط. عندنا سؤال من الاسم مكتوب باللغة الإنجليزية، أنا ماني عارف إذا كان نطقه صحيح. كريم الفقهي يسأل: ذكرتم 10% ونسب اكتساب المهارات، فيسأل هل ممكن هل رغبة وإنجاز المتدرب خلال البرامج التدريبية المبرمجة اللي هي 10%، هل ممكن أن تعطي مؤشر لسلوك وأداء المتدرب أثناء عمله واللي هي تمثل 70%؟
يعني سؤال ممتاز، وكما أشرت نحن لا نقصد بال10% أنه الشخص لديه الرغبة أو ليس لديه الرغبة، هذا جانب آخر. نحن نقول بأن البرامج التدريبية لا تحقق بالضرورة المهارات والمعارف والاتجاه السلوكي المطلوب، ولكن يتحقق ذلك من خلال الممارسة العملية. وأخي الدكتور صاحب السؤال، نحن نضرب دائما ما نشير إلى برامج القيادة على سبيل المثال. لا يعني أنه المتدرب التحق ببرنامج للقيادة أنه سيصبح وحصل على تقدير ممتاز لنفترض في هذا البرنامج أو هذه الدبلومة، هل سيصبح بعد ذلك قائدا؟ بالتأكيد هذا الكلام غير صحيح. نحن نقول بأنها تساعد على تطوير المهارات القيادية، ولكن الممارسة على سبيل المثال القيادة مرتبطة بالذكاء العاطفي، والذكاء العاطفي مرتبط بالممارسة. كل ما مارس الموظف كل ما أعطي فرصة لممارسة الدور كل ما استطاع أن يطور مهاراته ومعارفه، ولكنه يحتاج إلى موجه، يحتاج إلى من يساعده عند الحاجة. ما نقصده بال10% أنه لا تأمل كثيرا في أن البرامج التدريبية ستحقق لك كل المطلوب، هي جزئية بسيطة. وهذا بالمناسبة كما أشرت، العملية التدريبية هي مجموعة عمليات من ضمنها تنفيذ البرنامج. يعني هناك تحديد الاحتياجات، هل كانت خطوات صحيحة؟ هل كانت الخطة صحيحة؟ طيب حصلنا على التدريب، بعد ذلك ماذا تم؟ هل تم الاستفادة من هذه المعارف وهذه المهارات أم أنه رجع الموظف ويعمل نفس العمل القديم؟ وبالتالي نحن نشير إلى أنه الممارسة على أرض الواقع هي أفضل فرصة لتطوير مهارات ومعارف المتدرب.
واضح. شكرا لك سعادة الدكتور على المشاركة. الآن اسمحوا لي ننتقل إلى العرض الثاني، ومن سعادة الأستاذ الدكتورة يوهانسن عيد، رئيس الهيئة القومية لضمان الجودة في جمهورية مصر العربية، وسوف تتحدث لنا عن ضمان الجودة في التدريب، الدروس المستفادة والمشاركة في خبرات النجاح. ولا شك أنه خير من يحدثنا في هذا الجانب هو سعادة البروف يوهانسن عيد، وصاحبة الخبرات الكبيرة في مجال نظم الجودة في المؤسسات التعليمية. لديها عدد كبير من المشاركات البحثية، وترأست مجموعة كبيرة من اللجان على مستوى جمهورية مصر وكذلك على المستوى العربي، والعديد من المراجعة لنظم الجودة ولتطوير نظم وسياسات الجودة. سعيدين جدا بمشاركتك معنا سعادة البروف، ونتطلع للاستفادة من خبراتكم في هذا المجال. تفضلوا سعادة الدكتور.
السلام عليكم. شكرا دكتور عادل. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. معالي رئيس الجامعة، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، distinguished guests, dear colleagues, السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It gives me great pleasure to be here today to share with you our experience at NACA, the National Authority for Quality Assurance and Accreditation of Education in Egypt, on online the quality assurance of online training in the COVID era. As we all know, COVID has taken us all by surprise. It has disrupted our lifestyles, our comfort zones, teaching and learning at all levels, and training as well. It has been a culture shock for us, a shock that has forced us to re-question all our aspects of our life. And in just a matter of a few days, a few weeks, a few months, we had to face a new normal. And as we see from the timeline here, it was from December to March, where we almost all the world all the world has gone into the shutdown. We had to start redesigning and thinking our lives and our world. So how can we reimagine and how can we redesign our post-COVID world? Let me share with you this video.
You know, there are very few things that set us apart from the rest of life on Earth. At the heart of them, I believe, is our inexhaustible power of imagination. Imagination is the ability to bring into mind things that aren't present. With imagination, we can anticipate the future. We can revisit the past. We can step outside the present moment and try and see things as other people see them. It's through creativity that we develop our architecture, our scientific proofs, and our works of art. We don't just live in the world as we find it, we create civilizations, theories, technologies, and we reach beyond the planet.
In honor of the...
Now, we at the as we are a quality assurance agency, yet we also offer technical support and training to universities and faculty members for effective teaching and learning strategies, how to face the pandemic, how to reshift and to redevelop your education and teaching material, strategic planning, assessment planning, and the like. And hence, we started to reimagine our training activities. Face-to-face training events and all events were actually suspended, and we had to think of an alternative to all that. So we passed by 3 phases. The first phase was the disruption phase. And during this phase, it's a phase which identifies the initial responses and the lessons learned during the pandemic. It was a phase of shock, how we responded, what are we going to do? What were we learning from the first few months of the pandemic and of the shutdown? This was a phase of learning how to balance and realizing that there is a new normal that we had to deal with. Second phase was the phase of transition. And this is the phase where we learn how to navigate. We started to cope. We started to look for the future. We started to build bridges to bridge the gap. And we started to reimagine our training systems. The final stage was the reimagining phase, which draws from the best resources available when we started to learn how to shape and to redesign a new flexible, agile online training model. Now, the disruption phase is characterized by 3 zones: the unsettled zone, the learning zone, and the growth zone. Now, the unsettled zone is a phase where we navigate through uncharted territory. We started questioning and re-questioning and looking at what we could do to deal with this pandemic. The second phase was the learning phase, exploring the now, the near, and the next, and changing landscapes of training. What are the available resources that we could use? How are we going to go about it? And how are people going to accept this new normal? The third phase is the shaping the future and of online design training and the delivery and assessment, and finally changing the landscape of online training. We translated this into 2 levels. The first level was on the individual level, and the second level was the systems level. On the individual level and the unsettled zone, we started questioning, how do I get connected? What content will I train? What are the tools and platforms and strategies can we use? And how could I cope with so many lists of resources? We were bombarded with all types of online Zoom, Microsoft, all these tools that were available, and we were all just struggling to understand what was the best thing to do. During the learning zone, we started to look at our trainees. What should they do? And how can we best connect with them? What is the worth of training? How can I design training that encourages creativity and engagement, particularly that everybody was used to, and the comfort zone was the face-to-face training? How can we balance screen and non-screen experience? How can I assess the training and the well-being of trainers? And actually, like Professor Kahtan just mentioned, the impact of training, and that was a huge question to be answered. And then in the final growth zone, individuals started, as trainers, started asking, who is training? Who is trained? What skills will help my trainees? And how can we develop the digital skills, both for trainers and trainees? And how do we assure the well-being of training and trainees? On the systems level, in the unsettled zone, we started to question how to provide access to technology, how to provide connectivity. And we all know that we all suffered in the beginning of the pandemic from the connectivity problems. How can we manage training safely? How can we provide suitable content for online training, particularly that all our training courses were based on face-to-face training? And how do we manage communication? In the learning zone, we started to question things such as providing continuity for training. How do we support trainees who lack digital skills for training, particularly that we were not sure of all our trainers, who are the trainees, who they were, and where did they come from? How to provide continuity and integrity of online training assessment. Are we sure that our trainers are getting the right support? Are they really getting the right content? Are we really reaching them? And we started to attend to the well-being of trainees and trainers. Finally, in the growth zone, how do we ensure the well-being of trainers? Could we use a combined or a hybrid model for training that combines the best remote and face-to-face training? How to shift from to the digital mode of delivery? Now, all this was conducted to maintain and to reach the main goals of NACA's training programs, which is to reach competency, efficacy, and professionalism for trainees, with the triangulation of building trust, respect, and credibility in the training and the trainers and training systems. Now, we developed a best practices for online training, an 8-point for online training. The first one was to know your audience, who they are, what is the background, how good are they with dealing with this new form of digital training. Number 2, tailoring the platform. How are we going to use, whether we're going to use pre-recorded webinars, overview of the program orientation, whether are we going to use which mode of a combined teaching, a combined manner of digital and on face-to-face. Number 3 was sequencing, how that each session should not exceed 2 hours, since attention and distraction build after 2 hours. Allow for breakout rooms where trainees can take the time to readjust and reconnect and engage in activities as they usually do in the regular or in the face-to-face training. We started planning interaction between the trainees, interaction between the peers, interaction between trainer and trainee. And at the same time, we used a variety of collaborative tools and activities. We started by writing out clear, specific, timed, and modeled instructions. And finally, we try to avoid PowerPoint overload, since this is also very distracting to trainees. Now, we developed a blueprint for online training, which we started by digitalizing all training courses, integrating Google Classrooms into the training systems, incorporating professional Zoom webinars and Microsoft Teams, designing online tests and assessment, activate online monitoring and recordings for post-evaluation. We developed training coordinators who would check on trainees and check and assure the quality of the online training. And we empowered these coordinators for online monitoring and coordination. And finally, we started using rich resources that are available online to build trainees' schemata before the training. Now, let me share with you one example of our training programs, which is the competency-based education online training. Over the last few years, Egypt has shifted to competency-based education, particularly and developed standards for competency-based education in the medical field, engineering, pharmacy, and nursing. And so we responded at NACA by developing both academic standards and the training material. This training program has been developed to be delivered both as a hybrid or a combined online and face-to-face training mode, and also to be developed to be offered totally online. So first we start by 5-minute pre-recorded webinar, an overview of the program. We developed also a pre-test to raise awareness and activate the trainees to learn so that they can understand how far they are, what they understand on competency-based education, and how far they are from the standards. Also, we offered a pre-reading to dot the I's and cross the T's for competency-based education. And this pre-reading would be available for 1 week before the actual training started, so that the trainees would have enough time to overview all the available resources. Then after this, we would have a post-test evaluation, or a post online evaluation, and this is basically to guarantee that trainees have looked at the material and to help informing groups during the actual training training sessions. Day one, and this is could be developed both online or face-to-face, would be to reflect on the tasks and the reading material and have all trainees on the same wavelength. Day two was for the program competencies and course outcomes and program design and teaching and learning strategies. Then day three would be for the teaching and learning strategies and competencies and assessments, and would be the exit test or the final evaluation for the training program. Now, this is some samples of our online training activities that have been all transformed from face-to-face to digital, and most of these sessions are offered in Arabic. We also use the classwork and the classroom for registration, pre-testing, and the links. We have pages for teachers and students. These are samples of online teaching, sharing the screens with the students, and how we monitor, the trainees, and how we monitor the trainees. Other samples of our online activities, and also we use the Mentimeter to make sure that with questions every once in a while, to make sure that trainees are alert, are active, and are engaged in this training. Now, what are the lessons learned, and what is the way forward? Well, we have learned that change is inevitable, and we have to be ready for any potential and future crises. Traditional face-to-face training is good, but right now it should be revisited to accommodate the new normal and to accommodate the new technologies. We have witnessed promising examples of deep training and learning from the online sessions. The pandemic has resulted in an unprecedented change to a new virtual training world and the dawn of a new way of training. And in my opinion, there is no going back. We need to empower our trainers and to train them rigorously and it's urgently needed to the use of interactive and collaborative tools. Some of trainers till now believe that training is just reading or delivering online lectures or online presentations. We need to unlock the potential of the digital technologies for training and teaching and to develop digital skills for all. Still, we are lacking some of our trainees and our faculty members are still lacking some digital skills. Training is the key for personal fulfillment, for social cohesion, for economic growth and innovations. We need to foster a high-performing digital ecosystem, infrastructure, connectivity, digital equipment, capacity building, training manuals, and user-friendly tools and secure platforms. Now, we have reimagined training, and we have shifted to online training and or combined modes of training. This is the new normal. The new technologies will enable us to better perform. There's no going back, but the impact of this is yet to be discovered. Thank you for your attendance. شكرا دكتور عادل.
Prof. Johansson. يبدو أن عندنا إشكال في الاتصال. ننتظر إذا البروف يوهانسن تعيد الاتصال معنا أو ننتقل إلى المتحدث اللاحق. أعتقد أن البروف يوهانسن كانت في ختام العرض المقدم من قبلهم. Prof. Johansson. Okay, I maybe we thank Prof. Johansson for this excellent. Hello, Prof. اتفضلي. Can you please finish your presentation, because I think we have some issues with the connectivity. So if you please, because we are running ahead of schedule a little bit. So if you kindly sum up your presentation before we move to the next speaker. أعتقد أنه فقدنا الاتصال مرة أخرى بالبروف يوهانسن. ممكن يعني صار في تأخير بسيط، ولكن ممكن ننتقل للمتحدث الآخر. Mr. Eric, are you ready?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just let me introduce you to the audience. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome Mr. Eric, is the head of the IBCT board in the Netherlands. We are very glad to have him. He has a great experience in the field of training and skills development for trainers. Mr. Johansen will share with us his expertise in the field of training. Please go ahead, Mr. Eric.
Okay. So hello. Before I start, I'd like to ask you to think about the number one reason why you attend this session. Please keep in mind that goal, why you are attending this session, and if at the end of the presentation you have some questions or ideas, don't be shy to contact us through our email or drop a call, and we will be glad to guide you with your journey to achieve your goal in the end. So, welcome, Salam Alaikum. My name is Eric Boshuizen. I'm from the Netherlands. Most likely you will know our country from the beautiful tulips and the windmills. And of course, we Dutch, we like to eat the cheese. And no, we don't walk on those wooden shoes you see anymore, but we still sell them as a souvenir. I'm a director with the International Board of Certified Trainers. I studied strategic corporate education, and IBCT is basically certifying the quality of the three main elements of training programs and professional training, namely the trainers, the materials, and the training centers. So that's basically what we are doing. So let me give you a short overview about this presentation. I will first introduce the drivers of change. Then I will share with you the crucial standard in training according to the IBCT. And my bold promise to you is after this presentation, you will know who are the influences of the transfer of training and when do they influence the transfer of training the most. I will share with you a success case of a training of a computer warehouse. I will reveal for you the destroyers and the boosters of transfer of training and how to boost the transfer of training in an intelligent way. Share with you some best practice within higher education. I will sum up with the key takeaways of this session, and now and some time for questions and answers, and I will guide you to some freebies videos at the end of the presentation. You will need during this presentation at the moment a piece of paper and a pen. So please take a minute to grab a piece of paper from your desk and a pen so you can join us later on in this session. Right. So for sure we are in exciting times, and we are changing to almost knowledge factories because of the enormous amount of online training. And I hope we soon will go back to be success labs of skills, because in the end, we need for the upcoming years to be ready to train people in professional skills. For example, the Institute of the Future at the University of Arizona, Phoenix in Arizona, they identified the key drivers of change and the future work skills that we need in the future. The World Economic Forum, they did a very nice research, and one of the conclusions was that the skills, shelf life of skills is decreasing. And when we see a nice study about the future of learning in higher education of Professor Ulf in Germany, he already, even so, focused on the future skills training. So anyhow, whatever the research is nowadays, it's sure that the stress is on professional training and training of future skills. Having that said, when we're talking about training skills, we are talking about the IBCT. That's our core business. So let's take a look at the transfer of training together with you. The crucial standard, in our opinion, is the transfer of training. No matter what time we are living in, that's the most important. I'll try to explain it with this slide. Adults are learning by doing, and the best they can do it by providing real content to practice with. Sometimes that's online, but for the skills training, most likely it is offline. So when we are talking about transfer of training, we need to have a learning objective, which is clearly, it should be concrete, observable behavior, because it's mainly skills if we're talking about training. And if we know the concrete, observable behavior that we want to train and we want to achieve, then we also need to know the conditions, because, for example, we train trainers. If you are training them the skills to observe and give feedback, and they are using a video camera, and they can play back the role play, for example, in a training room, this is a condition which is pretty easy because they have all the technical equipment. But what if the technical aids are dropping down and they have to observe by hand and in a split second process the observations and give feedback to a trainee? That's a different condition. So we have to take in account the context in which the learning goal should be achieved. Last but not least, number 3 of the learning objective, the standards. When is the trainee passing the test? And when does the trainee need to practice a bit more to pass the test? So a good learning objective in training is always coming in 3. The concrete observable behavior, the conditions, and the standards. And then many trainers and many training institutes, they're going to test those standards if they are achieved in the training room. And when they pass the test, they will give a certificate. And for many and the majority of the trainers and the training institutes, that is where that is a quality standard. Then their job is done. They have achieved a certain amount of customer satisfaction, and they tested the trainees in the training room, and they say, Mabruk, congratulations, you've done the job. Regarding for IBCT, the job is just starting, because the main standard, the crucial standard, is the transfer of training. Are the trained skills applied and transferred to the workplace in a good way? And are they applied in a good way? That is the main goal of training. And if they do it in the training room, that's fine, but they should do it right in the workplace. So in blue at the top of the slide, you will see a short statement, a short definition of what we understand about transfer of training. It's the effective application by trainees to their jobs of the knowledge and skills gained in the training. So that's bottom line what we are looking for. Then, will the right training skills do the job? Let's assume we have 2 faculty of training centers, and they have the same qualified trainers. They train a similar group of trainees. They use the same training lesson plan and same training goals, and they achieve the same testing results in the training room. Will that training do the job? Unfortunately, that's not always true. There is a possibility that there will be a different transfer to the work floor. Let's take a look at some numbers. 2 American researchers did research, and they found out that only 20% of the trained skills are transferred from the training room to the workplace. So that's shocking information. And let's see, for example, in America, the yearly investment in 2019 was $83 billion US. So if 80% of the trained skills are not transferred to the workplace, that is a moment that we should be awake, because there is a lot of quality to gain in training, in our opinion. So now you will need the pen and paper to do a nice quiz. I know most of you are professors and you like a very challenging quiz. My question is, please draw on the piece of paper 9 squares, and I'm asking you the question: who is influencing the transfer of training the most, in your opinion? Just make an estimated guess. If you think one is the most, for example, the participant before the training is influencing the transfer of training the most, just mark a 1. And if you think the trainer before the training is influencing the transfer the least, then you can put a 9. So I'll leave you with that. Just take a few seconds, and while you are scoring the table, I will tell you that in a few seconds I will show you the results of research of the University of Amsterdam. And they did some research and they came up with these results. So before the training, the manager is influencing the transfer of training the most. The trainer, number 2, and the manager after the training the most. So the focus should be on the manager. Involving the manager in a good way will affect the transfer of training tremendously. So what is the transfer issue? It mainly breaking down in 3 points. In our opinion, it's the gap between the theory and practice. If we are talking with trainers, sometimes they will hear, yes, Eric, you are a fine trainer, but this is the theory. And here at our company, it works different. So the practice is different than your theory. So it's our goal to bridge the gap between theory and practice. Then the failure to apply knowledge. Look at the picture here. You see most likely this kind photographer attended an online training, and his photography skills are visualized in this way. Another way is the inadequate alignment of training with the practice. Just giving you an example, we could train some teachers in Africa in how to deal and how to teach with a smartboard. In the end, they will go back to their home classes in poor countries, and there is no smartboard. So the transfer of training will, in the end, be 0, most likely. So these are the 3 things that the transfer issue is mainly drilling down to. So I promise you to give you a success case of transfer of a computer warehouse. They had the problem that they have 1.8 million euros of damage, and they have an injury of 2 employees, which one was really serious. He became invalid for his life. So how did they approach it? They did approach it as well. They organized a forklift drivers training. And at the beginning of the training, the director stressed the importance of the training at the start, and he handed out the driver's license at the end. All managers were obliged to attend the training themselves. So even the manager of the accountancy department, he needed to get his forklift driver's license. The training was conducted in the warehouse with actors who made realistic situations. So it was really close to the real deal in the warehouse. The safety rules were posted on the walls of the canteens and in the warehouse, and all trucks got a scheduled safety inspection. So some of them were igniting the truck with 2 wires instead of the key. That was solved before the training. So a year after that, they did, during the year after the training, silent observations about the behavior. This was bottom line the result, 0 human injuries, and they had 1.4 million euro less damage / more profit. So that's transfer of training. So I promise you to give you some transfer destroyers and boosters. A destroyer is could be the social environment. Let's assume you went to a training how to do customer-friendly calls on the telephone, and she is answering the telephone in a different way than they are used to at the company. And then some colleagues are coming. Have you been on training, Tracy? Please act normal again. Or what about the manager? Tracy, forget the things about the training. We're doing it different here, and we are paying your salary slip. Or the workplace. Can you imagine people are training on machine Y, and they are working on machine X? No way. So how could we boost the transfer of training? We could boost easily the transfer of training by connecting the training with the task in the workplace. Learning by doing, and for example, using actors. Adapt the workplace to the task execution. For example, repairing the unsafe forklift trucks, like in the example before. Increasing the learning capacities of the trainees, that will boost the transfer a lot. Clear your learning objectives and standards. When are they passing? When are they doing a good job? And clarifying the purpose of the training. For example, the managers before and after the training, involve them so they stress the importance of the training. That will boost the transfer of training tremendously. So, I promise you to give you a best practice of transfer of training in higher education. This is an example of a best practice certified trainer program. It was a graduate business school for human resource development. They had a 1-year dual post-bachelor course, 144 contact hours, 500 study load, and the course fee was almost 15,000 euros. 64 trainers graduated in a year and were certified, and the program was evaluated by a third party, namely the Rotterdam University of Applied Science. So these were the results. In the customer satisfaction, they performed an 8.5, and 95% of the participants passed the examination. So they showed the skills and they made a project how to improve training at their workplace, and they had to present it and defend it in front of the committee. After a year, the people from the Rotterdam University of Applied Science visited the trainees and their managers at work and did some interview. They came up with a return on investment of 70%. And after they did the calculations and the research and the survey, and they determined 70% return on investment, they sent the results to Deloitte accountants, and they checked it again, they corrected it, and in the end, they said it was 51% guaranteed return on investment. So that is showing the money, and that is showing the results of transfer. This is the best practice I like very much. How did they do it? Before the training, they did a pre-check about the motivation and if the participants had really application opportunities. Before the training, they were trying to match the corporate goals and the development ambitions of the students and try to focus the bullseye of the goals of the participants in the middle of the crossroad. During the training, they continuously made a link between the theory and the workplace. They give some freedom to the students to create their own learning pathway, and they were involving the managers of the students heavily. For example, they graded their project, how to improve training at their own work. And 1 year after the course, there were proactive coaches calling them every quarter, calling the manager, how it's going, can we help you in applying the course content at your workplace. So that was, I think, the most important part of my presentation. And I like to wrap it up with a small video and give it to you like here.
When it comes to quality assurance in training and talent development, IBCT goes ahead from the pack. With more than 500 happy clients and over 20,000 trainers certified all over the world since 1988, we know what it takes to transfer training into results. Where others focus on customer satisfaction or passing tests, IBCT goes beyond and above. For example, with IBCT's 60% transfer of training standard, our scope and certification of training reaches further. Why? Because organizations need employees that not only pass the test in the training, but also apply the desired skills successful at the work floor. If you want to know more about training transfer and how it can make the difference in your organization, get in touch with IBCT. When it comes to quality assurance.
Okay, so at the end of this presentation, we are now at the end of the presentation. You know, shelf lives of skills are getting shorter, and to prepare our students for the key skills, work skills of the future is increasingly important. It becomes important in private education and in higher education as well. So now you know how to influence the transfer of training before, during, and after the training. And I'm sure now you know, whatever it takes, it is always about the result in the workplace. It's not about the customer satisfaction. Yes, that's important. It's not about the testing results and the diploma or the certificate. That's important. But in the end, it is about boosting the transfer of training so that the results at the workplace will show up. And our standard of transfer of training is that at least 60% of the trained skills should be transferred to the workplace. So I wish really, especially the people in Saudi Arabia, that this presentation will help you to transfer the future work skills that are in the vision of Saudi Arabia 2030 are really being transferred to the workplace, and that your vision will come alive. Thank you very much, Dr. Adel, for inviting IBCT at this conference. For the people who still have questions or want to have some extra freebies, you can go to our website and you could download their 8 free on-demand videos at our development boxes. And we are love to answer your questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Adel. I hope I delivered it in time.
Thank you, Mr. Eric. Yes, thank you for this excellent presentation. And yeah, you're just on time. We are just ahead of schedule due to the connectivity problem. Prof. Johansson, are you with us? There is a question. There are a number of questions for you, but just I will.
My name is not Johansson. My name is Eric Boshuizen, by the way, Dr. Adel.
Yes, I know, but I have a question for the previous speakers because we lost connection with her before at the end of her presentation. If she is with us, yes, I will ask her. Then I will come back to you, Mr. Eric. I have also a question for you.
شكرا دكتور عادل، أنا موجودة وبعتذر عن العطل اللي حصل يعني.
لا حياك الله بروف، ما عندك مشكلة. Mr. Prof. Johansson, You talked about the new normal of a training, and this is unprecedented era. And you mentioned in your presentation, in your opinion, there is no way back. But could you please explain to us the main difference between the new norm of providing the training, and is there any missing essential part of the previous model? As you know, the previous model was based on the traditional model on the attendance in the training programs.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Dr. Adel, and this is a very important question. And the reason I'm saying there's no going back, because we need to learn from the advantages that we've gained from the pandemic. That is to say, we have now reached a point where we are using technology to the best, and that we are that we can maybe have some value added to the training, maybe have some less time with the knowledge-based training and more time with online, with the hands-on activities. And that's why I'm saying, what we're doing at NACAT right now is we're going to the more of a blended type of training, where we have part of it online and part of it face-to-face. So basically, this is the new normal, and that we always have to be ready. Once that we cannot conduct the face-to-face part, that it has to be shifted as well to online training. We have to be ready for that. But what we're trying to do is, what I'm saying basically, we do not want to go back to the previous face-to-face training that was time-consuming, but maybe utilize more and on the new technologies and what we have gained from the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Prof. Johansson.
Thank you.
Mr. Eric, I will come back to you now. You mentioned very interesting statement at the end of your presentation that at least 60% of the skills of the training program should be transferred to the working place.
Yes.
Do you think this percentage is changed due to the in these circumstances in which a lot of training are provided virtually, or can we keep the same percentage with the virtual training?
To be honest, I think, in my opinion, it's a very good question, by the way. In my opinion, the standard should be always the same. So circumstances are changing, but the quality standard, it's a mark. So yes, I really feel that there is a lot of things changing at the moment due to the pandemic. But in the end, let me try to give an example. If you buy a television or a refrigerator and they deliver it at your home, if it's during the pandemic or not during the pandemic, you expect the same from your television and from your refrigerator, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's the same with training. If you're ordering a training, you expect that the trainees will be able to improve or to show their skills or to improve their skills up to a level that you like, that you desire. So if it's a pandemic or not, it's still the same. So our quality standards stay the same. And in my opinion, there are several skills that you could easily train online, but there are simply skills that you cannot train online yet. So that's what I think. That's why, so we are auditing, for example, training programs live online. So last month, I did an audit of a training program in China. I did it online, but the training was alive. That is possible. If you're asking, can you conduct a train-the-trainer program online for our university? I would say no, because we really know that there will be no transfer, not up to the standards that you want. So you would get a television, but it won't view anything, or a refrigerator, but it won't cool. So that's our opinion. Is that answering your question?
Yes, that's a very comprehensive answer. Thank you very much. And but I think, in my opinion, the challenge is, I totally agree with your point that it depends on the skills. Some skills that you can transfer through online platforms, some are basically you can't. But the big question is how to ensure the transfer of skills through online in comparison to the traditional training. So this should there should be a specific strategy that needs to map the difference between the traditional and virtual training.
Yes, you're right, and basically it's the same. So if you are training, if online training is the right didactical training method to deliver the training, in that case, you should even so apply all kinds of activities before, during, and after the training to enhance the transfer of training. So that's basically the same as with face-to-face.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's very interesting having this discussion with you. Unfortunately, we are already ahead of schedule. Thank you very much again, Mr. Eric, and I hope to see you again soon in Hail, inshallah.
Thank you very much, and please convey my regards to anyone there.
Sure.
Thank you. Have a nice and a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eric. Thank you very much. Now we move to our next speaker. We have Dr. Ghada Al-Khadim. She has a PhD from Arizona University in psychology. Dr. Ghada Al-Khadim, she worked as a consultant in the Education and Training Committee of Saudi Arabia. She has high experience in program evaluation, in the academic program evaluations, data management, data analysis, and she has a number of published articles that related to the quality of education. On behalf of the organizing committee, we welcome you, Dr. Ghada, and we would like to know more about your experience in this regard. Please go ahead.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Ghada Al-Khadim presenting a framework for measuring the return on training investment for Saudi universities in the light of global practices. So, as you know, human capital investment is a key focus of Saudi Vision 2030, as the economy of the country is transforming from being oil-reliant to be knowledge-based. Human capital investment can be achieved through education and training. However, education sometimes cannot equip individuals with the skills and the competencies needed in the 21st centuries and the labor market due to the rapid change of the world. Thus, training can compensate for the limitation of education in terms of promoting skills and competencies the society and the world require. In order to ensure the training programs offered, add value to human capital and to training institutions, especially these offered by the universities, a return of investment in the training has to be measured. In this presentation, I will introduce you to the definition of the return on investments in training. Also, I will introduce you with the framework for the return of investments with practical examples for illustration. The definition of return on investment in the training, the return to training itself refers to the individual gain from investing in more training program. The return on investment refers to a measure of the benefit of an investment relative to the cost of that investment. So in the university context, return of investment is the benefits derived by individuals and universities from investing in the training. Now, many models were developed to measure the return on investments. Estimators can choose among these models depending on the purpose from measurement, from the measuring the return of training of the investments. For example, if the purpose is to compare the value of the money with the value in the future, so the estimator can use the net present value. If the purpose is to assign monetary value to the cost of the training program to determine the cost-benefit ratio, so the target formula will be the cost-benefit analysis. If the interest is to estimate the rate that equals the returns from an investment to the cost of the investments, that should be the internal rate of return formula. And the most popular formula that's used in education program, the Kirkpatrick-Phillips evaluation model. So it's two parts. The first part is actually developed by Donald Kirkpatrick, and it for evaluating the impact of 4 levels of the evaluation: the reaction, the learning, behavior, and the impact. And Phillips elaborate on Kirkpatrick models and included the return of investment element or aspect. If the intent is to describe or to estimate the stakeholder-driven evaluation with the cost-benefit analysis, so and also to estimate the social impact, so the focus will be the social return on investments. The final model is if the estimates, the purpose or the intended is to estimate the returns to training relative to stakeholder expectations. So the model will be the return on expectation. So throughout this presentation, I will focus on the Kirkpatrick model and Phillips, as this model basically was very commonly used in estimating the return on investment in training and in education in general. So as you can see, this is the Kirkpatrick-Phillips model. So it is a 4 phases model, starting with evaluation planning. The second phase is data collection. The third phase is data analysis. The fourth phase is the reporting. So within these 4 phases, there are 10 steps that illustrates how we implement the return of investments in university context. So the first step is developing the training objectives. So the Kirkpatrick model begins with setting objectives across 5 levels of evaluation that should be developed based on the need of the training. Let's assume that university offers a training program on research methodology. The intended results of this training program are to increase the research productivity, quality, and motivation of the faculty. So the objectives should cover 5 levels of evaluation. At the 0 level, objectives should cover the inputs. For example, the target participants, training duration, costs, etc. And also there should be, the objectives should describe the performance indicators, whether these indicators are hard or soft. At the reaction evaluation framework, objectives should describe how participants react and value the research after training. At the learning and confidence objective should describe or communicate the expectations for obtaining new information, skills, and knowledge on the research methodology. The 4th evaluation level is the impact and the consequences, and the objectives around this evaluation level should describe consequence of applying research knowledge and skills. And finally, the objectives should be set around a specific level of return on investments. Let's say, for example, in our example is 50%. So again, just a friendly reminder, research methodology is our training program. So the second step is the plan for the evaluation. This step basically involves 3 minor steps. The first is the data collection. The second is the the return of investment analysis. And the third is the training evaluation plan. So in the data collection, as you can see, these are the objectives on the left hand. These are the objectives already stated around our methodology research program. So we should state the type of the data that we will collect around these objectives. And also we should identify the methods of data collection and also specify the source of the data collection and the time for the data collection and whose responsibility. And the second step, this is the second part of the second step. This is the minor aspects of the second step, which is the return of investment analysis. I will illustrate this one in details later. So these are the objectives we already developed. So we have 3 objectives around the training program on the research methodology. So the first objective is there should be more than 1 research paper published. And this is, of course, after implementing the research methodology training program. And there should be more than 1 paper research published in ISI journals. And there should be more than one research that win patents. So the method that's used for isolating the effects of the training, I used over here, there are many methods, but I used over here the trend line analysis, in which I estimate how the value or how the benefits or the outcome of the training program would be as if this training program had it been undertaken. So I will talk about the other methods in details later. So the second method the method for converting this outcome, so for converting the value or for that 1 research paper into money or into value, there are certain methods that we will be used. And over here, I identified the standard value. These standard value basically are set by stakeholders or set by those organizations that provide the patent, award, or whatever. So there are many other methods that I will illustrate later. The cost categories, so we need to tabulate all the cost of the training fees, the executive time, the administration supportive, and also the facilities. And there should be some intangible, there should be some expectations around the intangible benefits. What I mean by the intangible benefits are those benefits that cannot be transferred into money or into monetary values, such as self-esteem, improved teamwork, improved communication, and increased external partnership, etc. After the return of investment analysis is done, these results should be communicated through those people who are interested in the results, such as the deanship of the scientific research or the human resources department. Again, the third element of the second step will be the training evaluation. So there should be a timeline set for each steps or for these objectives already developed. At what time exactly the training will start, at what time the data will be collected, at what time, at what exact time the data will be analyzed and the follow-up will happen, and etc. Step number 3 is collecting data during the training. So this is these methods can be used basically during the training, before the training, or even after the training, no matter where they come. So, for example, over here in our case, in the research methodology program, there are different methods to collect data, depending, of course, on the objectives that already developed. So in the reaction data, we can use the feedback questionnaires, we can use action plans, interviews, focus groups. In the learning data, we can use surveys and questionnaires, facilitation assessments, written tests and exercises, skill practices, performance demonstrations, simulations, team assessments, skill confidence building exercise, etc. And the fourth step is collecting the data after the training is implemented. So we do have, again, different methods for collecting the data. We have surveys, we have questionnaires, observation, interviews, focus groups, action planning, performance contracting, and performance monitoring. So please feel free to consult on the advantages and disadvantages on these different methods by visiting the Return on Investments Institute website. They do have tremendous other methods, and they do actually elaborate more on the advantages and disadvantages of these different methods. So the fifth step is to isolate the effects of the training, to make sure that the value or the outcome that happened was a pure product of the training, and it was direct results of the training. So we do have, again, different methods. We do have control groups method. We have trend line analysis, the one that I adopted in the research methodology. And also we have forecasting methods. This one is, we listed all these factors that we think, or the stakeholders expect to affect the training, or to interact or counteract the effect of the training. And then we run some statistical methods to isolate their effect. Also, we should isolate other influencing factors depending on what the research actually report, or what the experts and stakeholders think that these factors can interact with the training effect. Finally, is the participants' estimates. We can collect some estimates from the participants depending or based on their judgments on the growth that they can see in their behavior. Though this method is not that accurate compared to the first method and the second method. So again, for more information, you can consult the Return of Investments Institute's website. Convert data to monetary values. So we do have 5 steps showing how we convert any data to be to equal money, or to have monetary values. So the first step, we should identify the unit of improvement. In our example, the quality of one research paper. So this one is exactly the unit of improvement that we want to identify. The second is to determine a value of each unit. So to determine a value of this research paper, the one that is published, or the one that has, for example, won a patent. Let's see, this research paper is already published and it has innovation, for example, and it's already won a patent. So according to the standard value, the one that we took from those patent awarding organization or bodies is cost 50,000 Saudi riyal. We will calculate the change in the performance data. So we expect that 2 research papers can be produced within annually, or within 1 year. So let's say, for example, within 6 months, we can produce 2 research papers within 6 months. So we can determine the annual amount of the change by multiplying the number of the research papers, which is 2, twice a year. So this is the annual amount of the change, equals 4. And then we multiply or calculate the annual value of the improvement by multiplying the value of each unit, the 50,000 Saudi riyal, by the 4. Which equals 200,000 Saudi riyal. That should be the total over here. And then we will use this one in the return of investments formula. Step number 6, convert the data to monetary values. Again, so these are the different methods. So over here, I just use the standard values to evaluate how much this research paper basically costs if it wins the patent, or if it has innovations or implications outcome. So there are different methods. We have historical costs. We have internal or external experts judgments on the, they can give some cost on the outcome of the training. We do have external databases already available over here in Saudi Arabia. As I said, there are some awarding bodies, like, for example, KAUST University or King Abdulaziz for technology. We can use the soft measures. What I mean by soft measures, for example, those measures, the intangible measures that we cannot transfer them into money, like, for example, increased communication, or, for example, the teamwork increase. as a predictor for mathematically, we predict this from this soft measures mathematically to the outcome that we have. Like say for example, the increase of the teamwork, we predict the increase of teamwork to the number or the quality of the research paper produced by the training program. And finally, we can use the participants' judgment again. This one is not that accurate compared to the other solid methods. So these are the different methods that we can use to convert any outcome or any benefit or any values into money or into monetary values. Here is an example of the intangible benefits. So for example, we do have teamwork, we have stress, we have accountability, we have engagement, we have communication. So we just indicate that which one of these intangible benefits are basically the product of the training program. So these cannot be transferred into money. We just report them in reports as they are. How the participants basically benefit from the training program in terms of these psychological benefits. In step 8, we tabulate the costs of the training. So we identify the initial needs assessments and analysis. We identify the software or equipment, and also we list the cost of the training program materials, facilitator, coach, coordinator, salaries plus the benefits. Also, we list the administrative and overhead costs, and also we evaluate the evaluation program itself, the cost of evaluation program itself, how much it costs. So the total we just include these different items, and we calculate their cost. Over here we have 100,000 Saudi riyal, and then we calculate the return of investments using the formula, which is the net training benefits divided by the training cost, multiplied by 100. So I just plug on these numbers and then multiply them by 100. So I have 100 return on investment, and this means that for every Saudi riyal invested in research methodology training program, there is 100 Saudi riyal in return after the investment is recovered. And this return on investments can be calculated after 1 year. Finally, we communicate the results to stakeholders. We can use impact study, we can use executive summary, face-to-face meeting, brochure, one-page summary, newsletter, article, website, case study, depending on whatever the trainers prefer to communicate his or her results. And these are the references of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to comments and questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wada, for this important topic of a training. This is one of our main objectives, is to improve the return of investment and to ensure accurate assessment of return of investment from the training programs. Thank you very much. I think there are some questions, but unfortunately we are 11 minutes ahead of time, so I will have to move to the next speaker. Thank you again. I'm looking forward to join you in other research events.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So now we move to our next speaker, is Dr. Ian Bird, who's going to talk for us about quality assurance, delivery of vocational skills. Dr. Ian Bird is a senior manager at the Abu Dhabi Vocational Education and Training Institution. He has a high experience in terms of quality assurance in education. He works in multiple institutions, both in the UK and the Middle East. We welcome you, Dr. Ian, and we're looking forward to learn from your presentation.
So, good morning, and thank you for your time today. It is really wonderful to be here with you. I'm going to introduce how quality assurance is maintained when delivering vocational skills. Vocational skills and the associated quality assurance model is widespread in the delivery of competency-based qualifications. Traditionally, this has been associated with educational organizations involved in the delivery of technical and vocational education and training, TVET. So we're taking these models and now going to apply it to the university sector. I will present an enhanced version of the quality assurance model so that it can be used by universities who are looking to embed skills into programs they deliver. So for the youth of today, a priority is to be able to develop functional skills. There is a huge focus by governments around the world on the skills agenda. The reason that governments are interested in this agenda is that the key to unlocking youth unemployment is to ensure graduates have the relevant vocational skills needed by employers. Without the acquisition of skills, people will not be able to secure sustainable employment. Even people who are currently employed, as explained by Mr. Eric in a previous presentation, are required to keep developing new skills. He used the shelf life is now limited for existing skills. If they don't keep developing new skills, they won't be able to keep pace with the requirements of the work environment. So universities are now required to change, which I think is part of this particular conference. For universities, it is mission critical they introduce the development of functional skills into every program so that graduates are equipped to secure employment. So traditionally, education has separated learners based on those who can perform well in cognitive examinations and those who prefer practical skills. We've always had the general separation between what TVET was and what university education is. Vocational education was never considered to be of relevance to anyone studying a university degree until now. There are many lessons that we can learn around the delivery of skills from TVET that can be applied to the university sector. Knowledge is no longer an abstract concept which needs to be memorized and just regurgitated for an examination. The latest educational research supports the requirement to embed knowledge into the functional skill that is being developed by the learner. This approach ensures that the underpinning knowledge is of relevance and can be applied. Graduates can now be equipped for employment by having both functional, practical skills and the cognitive aptitude to apply the knowledge they have acquired. So before we move on to the quality assurance for skills, we need to consider the different types of skills that we encounter. We've already spoken about the need to have functional competencies to do a specific role. We know that this already exists in many professions, and it was alluded to earlier on in the presentations. So, for example, how many of us would trust a surgeon if they had not been trained in the relevant surgical skills? We would not trust, or more importantly, allow them to operate on us if all they had done was to have theory about how to perform a surgical operation, even if they had scored 100% in every theory exam they had ever taken. So, learning new skills is now identified as being a mandatory requirement for everyone to keep pace with the changes occurring around us. Which is interesting, because if we look back at what Einstein had said, when you stop learning, you start dying. So we're going to look at this problem from a different perspective, because the future of education is to be aligned with the skill requirements of employers. Universities are no longer immune to the demands of employers, and it is necessary for many of them to adapt how they deliver skills education. New pedagogical models are aimed at bridging these skill gaps. So, I really want to talk about Saudi Arabia. This is an excellent example for all of us to look at this moment in time. Saudi Arabia has embarked on a drive for diversification to build its future economic growth on non-oil based revenues. Sounds very easy. It has a population of 34 million people, of which 2/3 are under the age of 35. So the country faces an enormous challenge. The social economic growth and future of Saudi Arabia is truly in the hands of the youth of today. And they need the skills aligned with the fourth industrial revolution to be able to compete. This is the conundrum that we're all facing as educational institutes. How to prepare the youth of today for the jobs of tomorrow if these new functional roles don't even exist. It is difficult, but again, in Saudi Arabia, they have many initiatives. And I want to bring your attention to one in particular. It is the introduction of the new modern apprenticeship that is currently being developed. The apprenticeship model creates a unique partnership between educational institutions, the employer, and the learner. The apprenticeship model has been traditional for TVET learners, but now this is changing. A really good example is back in the United Kingdom, where universities are now offering bachelor degree apprenticeships. So we are really living in a time when the impossible becomes reality, and we are living in a time where developing skills and competencies will drive economic growth. So a quick word about the fourth industrial revolution. We know that with automation, robotics, and artificial intelligence, millions of jobs are going to be lost across all major economies. However, with the changes that are coming, new technologies of the fourth industrial revolution also mean many more jobs will be created and new industries will require new skills. The speed of change requires a radical rethink on how we're going to deliver education. The new role of universities is really to ensure that learners are equipped with the skills for the gaps to be bridged. So we can learn lessons from TVET, which enable us to address the global skills challenge. For skills, we've already stated they need to be employer focused, and I will show you a very good model for this in a moment. We also have what we know as standard accredited qualifications in TVET. And these are developed specifically to meet the needs of employers. But more importantly, they provide us the quality standards that need to be achieved by the learners. And obviously, to deliver accredited qualifications, we obviously need to have qualified and competent staff. We will be introducing the quality assurance model 2 new functions to cover the assessor role and also the internal quality assurer role. So let's look at how to become employer focused. And this really does start with the qualification development. We can no longer develop qualifications in isolation and just provide knowledge. So TVET qualifications are developed with the employer. The model discussed here is something that can be adopted by universities when considering how to incorporate skills into a program. So the starting point is the functional role that the graduate is being trained for, which categorize the functional skills to obtain a set of national occupation standards. So here in the United Arab Emirates, we are doing this by forming a recognized National Development Committee, RNDC, which includes representatives from the relevant industrial sectors. So the RNDC is critical in defining what skills are required for what specific functional role. We know that this level of industry involvement is difficult to manage and to coordinate, but it is such an important step in defining the required skills that we cannot proceed without it. So when we've mapped the occupational standards, we can derive the required learning outcomes that need to be developed. These learning outcomes and the associated performance criteria form the unit specification. So by linking all the units together, we can form what is known as a national qualification. And this is then defined as being able to deliver all the competencies required for the functional role. So now we've got the qualification. It's now a matter of reversing the process so that we can actually deliver it and develop our quality assurance model. So the first step is the curriculum supports the learner journey and maps out how the competencies can be achieved. The teaching is structured to ensure that learning actually occurs. And we've already discussed this in some other presentations. Here, though, it is very important to ensure that all learners are able to practice the acquired skills so that they can perform to the required standards. In many places, we see that a lot of teacher-led activity goes on. In competency-based qualifications, it really is for the learner to have the skills and be able to demonstrate their level of competence. So to ensure that the learner has mastered the required skills, several different summative assessments are used. And the summative assessments are different to the formative assessments we would use for the teaching and learning. So the summative assessment allows for several skills to be holistically as a whole to be assessed. The summative assessments are designed to create learner evidence that demonstrates they have required or reached the required standards for being classified as competent. So here's an important note. In our world, we actually define a learner as either being competent or not yet competent. If a learner is not yet competent, they can return to develop the skills further until they reach a level of competency that meets the qualification standards. So the summative assessment is the key instrument in TVET for ensuring that a learner can demonstrate they have met the qualification standards. So the developed pedagogical models need to combine the functional knowledge with the practical skills. We don't separate the two because they are actually part of one. So now we move on to the type of models that we have. In TVET, we actually have a concept of an awarding body, as the qualifications that we issue are not issued by the institute. This methodology means that we have 3 layers of quality assurance to consider. We have the functional role of an assessor. This is a critical function, and they are responsible for the summative assessments that generate learner evidence against the qualification standards. We also have the functional role of the internal quality assurance, or the assurer. This role ensures that the curriculum, the teaching and learning, and the assessments are appropriate and deliver the required quality. As mentioned before, in TVET, the awarding body also undertakes an independent external quality assurance function that cover the curriculum, teaching and learning, and the assessment and learner evidence. So now we move to the university sector, and the environment needs to be changed as a model. Why? Because universities are already awarding organizations. This means the external awarding body function can be removed. However, we maintain in the model both the assessor and the internal quality assurer, as they are the 2 critical features of what we want to talk about next. So, the role of the assessor is critical component of the quality assurance model. For us, they must be qualified assessors and have subject matter expertise. The assessors are responsible to develop and validate the assessments through standardization meetings. They are also responsible for delivering the assessment to the learners. Very importantly, they are responsible to provide feedback to the learner on how well they performed. And finally, they are also required to ensure that all assessment decisions and feedback are recorded, as this supporting evidence will be reviewed as part of the quality assurance process. So we now look at the vocational assessment tool for skills. So the assessor will develop the summative assessment based on what is known as being valid, authentic, reliable, current, sufficient, VARCs. The purpose of the summative assessment is to ensure that the learner can demonstrate they are competent in a range of skills to the standard of the qualification. The summative assessment is designed in such a way to produce learner evidence that can be reviewed as part of the quality assurance process. Here, it's good to talk about traditional instruments. So we generally don't use examinations as an assessment instrument for skills. Why? Well, examinations are not suitable for assessing skills, and as mentioned previously, we do not assess knowledge separate to the skill. However, we do have a wide range of instruments which are available and can be used. So obviously some of these are very straightforward. We can have observation of the learner demonstrating a specific skill or a function. We can get the learner to produce a product based on the skills that they have, and then we can assess what they have produced to ensure it meets the required standards. We can give them an assignment or a project to complete, which will demonstrate embedded knowledge and capability to undertake a functional skill. We also use quite extensively learner reflection and professional discussion. These allow the assessor to actually discuss with the learner their real understanding and their real application of the skills they have in a real world environment. However, probably one of the most important ones, and I think Mr. Eric was discussing this in his presentation when he was discussing the transferring skills from an education institute into the workplace, is the expert witness. So having an expert witness is extremely powerful to confirm the learner has not only achieved competency in a range of skills, but these can be applied in a workplace environment. So we move on to the internal quality assurance function. And again, this person needs to be qualified and also a subject matter expert. So a key function they will do is review the standardization documentation produced by the assessors. They will also be required to undertake at least a 30% sample of the learner evidence. It may be even more if they find issues or problems. Also, as part of good practice, they should observe assessments being taken place and provide constructive feedback. Finally, at the end of each cycle, what they're required to do is produce an internal quality assurance report. The reason for this is that the required actions and recommendations for improvement can then be fed into the next delivery cycle. So that's really the presentation I wanted to discuss today. We really need to discuss what is quality of education and learning. Here in the United Arab Emirates, we're seeing a massive shift in the move towards competency-based qualifications. We have universities such as the High College of Technology, Fatima College of Health Science, AD Polytechnic, now embracing competency-based qualifications. All of these organizations will have to adopt the new quality assurance models that we're discussing here today. So really, for all of us, as we've mentioned before, particularly with such a short shelf life of skills, what is critical is the adoption of a quality assurance model that support learners to have a successful experience so that they will continually come back for more. So I've kept it short because I know we were running a little bit over time. So thank you for your patience today. And I hope you found this informative and you can take some of the learning and integrate into your existing programs. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ian Bird, for this excellent presentation. I think is very, very important topics that has been discussed here. I have a question that's from me. You provided very excellent model, and what I found here, you based the qualification based on the functional job role. So the question here is for us as a university, and so if we want to shift toward a competency-based qualifications, so we need first to establish the program based on the functional job role. So who should do that and how to achieve that?
So different countries around the world have different methodologies. So in the United Kingdom, we will have an awarding body structure. So generally, they will develop qualifications under Ofqual. Here in the United Arab Emirates, we have the National Qualification Centre, which is now part of the Ministry of Education. And we form the RNDC function. So even universities, so we're working at this moment in time with High College of Technology, Abu Dhabi University, ourselves as Adveti, and industry partners to develop a whole range of engineering qualifications. So the learner progression will be from a diploma, advanced diploma, ultimately to the degree. Now, this is another conundrum that we all face, because traditionally TVET has been like the trade skills, very practical at a lower level. So like something like being a car mechanic. So I can deliver that at maybe a diploma level qualification. But now I need to move somebody up to a degree level. So obviously it won't be the same skills as being a car mechanic. They'll probably want to become a designer. And one of the challenges I see for universities in where you have a very high level general degree, say in engineering, is how do you tailor some of that for specific job functions that learners are going into. Because generally the cognitive ability of a university learner is at a much higher level. And that's one reason why they don't develop the skills specific for a job function. But now that is the change and the challenge that you're going to have to face.
Yeah, excellent. Another question is that in your presentation, you highlighted the importance of the assessors to ensure the quality of the qualification or the skills development. But the assessor should focus on the product or the learners should assess the quality of the training or the education based should assess the outcomes or should assess the process. In other words, should they assess how the training or the education being delivered, or should they only focus on the outcomes? In this case, the learner, should they assess if they achieved or not achieved what it is intended?
Yeah, so at the moment, it's a very closed loop model, because you can see the assessor is wrapped around the assessment and the learner evidence. So it looks at the learner achieving the skills required for the qualification. But the much bigger scope is to develop the curriculum and the teaching and learning to support the learner to achieve the required standards. And that's the role of the internal quality assurer. So they take a much broader scope on what they do. But the assessor is very much subject matter specific and really looking at the assessment of the skills at the individual learner level of what we're trying to do. And because you don't have the awarding body thing, you can also bring in to have somebody else to look at the curriculum and the teaching and learning, but then the internal quality assurer will ensure standards are met for that as well going forward.
Excellent, excellent. Very interesting stuff. And I hope, I wish we had, if we have much more time to discuss this further, but unfortunately we already run out of time. Thank you very much again, Dr. Ian Bird. I'm looking forward to meet with you very soon, hopefully in person next time.
Yes, I look forward to that. Thank you very much, Dr. Adil. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. By the end of this presentation, we completed the first session in this conference. I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers for their excellence and the amount of knowledge that has been provided is really valuable and tremendous. So I would like to thank them all. Now we move to the next session. زميلنا العزيز واستاذنا الفاضل الاستاذ الدكتور فيصل الدريسي سوف يتولى هذه المهمة، وهو خير من يقود هذه الجلسة. حياكم الله بروف فيصل، وسعداء بتواجدكم معنا، ونتمنى لكم جلسة ممتعة وشيقة إن شاء الله.
الله يسلمك، جزاك الله خير، وكل سنة وأنتم طيبين إن شاء الله، يعني مؤتمر موفق إن شاء الله.
الله يسلمك، الله يرضى عليك.
طيب
الكلمة عن المسؤول.
طيب ندعو الآن الأستاذة نوال صويلح. أستاذة نوال معنا؟ أستاذة نوال.
ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله. جاهزة أستاذة نوال؟
نعم.
طيب أولا الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. نقدم لكم الأستاذة نوال صويلح الجاني، مشرفة تربوية بإدارة التدريب والابتعاث بمنطقة تبوك، ومدير نظام التدريب الإلكتروني، مشرفة تقنيات التعليم سابقا، خبرة في التدريب ما شاء الله 20 سنة، حاصلة على جائزة الأمير فهد بن سلطان للتفوق العلمي، ومدربة معتمدة من مركز الملك عبد العزيز للحوار الوطني ومستشار أسري، ومنسق ساعة البرمجة في مدارس تعليم تبوك ما شاء الله، عضو مجلس التميز في الإدارة العامة لتعليم تبوك، عضو جمعية المكتبات والمعلومات السعودية، عضو مدرب في جمعية التنمية الأسرية. ولها بعض المؤلفات، يعني ما شاء الله تبارك الله خبرة. تفضل يا أستاذة نوال، لو عندي 15 دقيقة. الله يعطيك.
أبشر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. حياكم الله جميعا، وأسعدني أن أكون ضمن نخبة من أساتذة ودكتورات دكاترة من صاغوا ووضعوا أساسيات التدريب في المملكة وخارج المملكة. اليوم سأقدم بإذن الله بحثي وتصور مقترح لبرنامج يعتمد على الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية لدى المعلمين وتنمية قدراتهم المهنية. قبل أن أبدأ أود أن أقول: عليك أن تطور نفسك ومهاراتك وتجدد من خبراتك، لأن العالم الآن لا يعترف إلا بالقدرات المتميزة والكفاءات العالية. إبراهيم العريني. سأتحدث بإذن الله عن المقدمة، منطلقات التصور المقترح للبحث الذي قمت بإعداده، وأهمية البرنامج المقترح في تحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية، عناصر نجاح تطبيق البرنامج الذي يعتمد على الذكاء الاصطناعي والتحديات والتوصيات. في المقدمة اعتمدت على أساس التنمية المهنية بحكم عملي في التدريب قبل انضمامي لإدارة التدريب، والآن أنا ولله الحمد مشرفة في إدارة التدريب بمنطقة تبوك. التنمية المهنية هي أساس تحسين التعليم وتطويره، لأن المعلم هو حجر الزاوية في العملية التعليمية وتطويرها، يلقى على عاتقه نجاح هذه العملية، فهو لذلك بأمس الحاجة إلى التطوير والتنمية، وخاصة في ظل التغيرات التربوية والتكنولوجية والتقدم العلمي الهائل الذي يشهده القرن الحالي. تم استحداث مفهوم التنمية المهنية ليكون أحد الوسائل المستخدمة للنهوض والارتقاء بالمؤسسات التربوية من أجل تحسين مخرجاتها وفق تحديد احتياجات ورغبات المعلمين وميولهم. ألاحظ في التدريب وبالذات في الفترة الحالية أصبح عدد كبير من المعلمين والمعلمات والمشرفين والمشرفات ينضموا إلى دورات تدريبية لا تحقق احتياجها أو لا تصب في المصلحة الوظيفية، بحكم أنها تريد أن تحقق ساعات من التطوير المهني. لكن إذا تم استخدام برنامج يحدد الاحتياجات التدريبية للعاملين في العملية التربوية أو التعليمية وفق الوظيفة ووفق المنظمة ووفق الشخص نفسه وميوله ورغباته، لذلك رأيت أن الذكاء الاصطناعي الآن في هذا العصر تم دمج الذكاء الاصطناعي في مختلف أصعدة الحياة، سواء الشخصية والاجتماعية والعامة كذلك العملية، وقد تم استحداث تطبيقات في التعليم والتدريب وأصبح واقعاً على الحياة العامة. لذا أخذت كل الدول جميعاً إعادة النظر في نظمها التعليمية بشكل عام، ونظم إعداد وتدريب المعلم بشكل خاص، وذلك من خلال برامج تزودهم بالمعارف التربوية التعليمية وإكسابهم المهارات المهنية، وذلك استجابة للعديد من العوامل التي من أبرزها الوعي بالتغييرات الحادثة والتكيف معها. صحيح كما ذكرت سابقاً بحكم عملي كمشرفة التدريب أن الجميع ينضم إلى الدورات التدريبية دون أن يحقق أو دون أن يبحث ما هي وظيفته، هل تحقق الفائدة للوظيفة للموظف نفسه أو للمنظمة بشكل عام. لكن وجدت أنه من الضروري استحداث نظام يحدد الاحتياجات التدريبية حتى يطور الموظف تبعا للوظيفة والمنظمة، كما ذكر الأستاذ الدكتور ناصر في المقدمة. ظهرت الحاجة إلى تنمية القدرات للمعلمات اعتماداً على الامتيازات التي يحققها الذكاء الاصطناعي وبناء على الأهمية البالغة التي يتمتع بها وتطبيقاته. وبحكم طبيعة عملي في وزارة التعليم فقد رأيت ضرورة الاستفادة من برامج الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية وتنمية قدرات المعلمين والمعلمات المهنية. منطلقات التصور: انطلقت من التصور لهذا البرنامج أولاً تحقيق رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030 للتحول الرقمي، كذلك المساهمة في تطوير وتجويد العمليات التدريبية وحل مشكلات التنمية المهنية. المنطلقات العالمية: التوجه العالمي لتطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي في عملياتي التدريب والتعليم، وكذلك الاهتمام العالمي بالموارد والقوى البشرية وتطويرها بشكل مستمر. لدي كذلك مسوغات لاستخدام هذا التصور المقترح. أولاً، وجود معوقات في تحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية للمعلمين، وكذلك وجود معوقات في برامج التنمية المهنية للمعلمين، والاستفادة، أردت الاستفادة من تكنولوجيا برامج الذكاء الاصطناعي في التنمية المهنية، والفائدة التي ستحققها التنمية المهنية في أداء المعلمين، وبالتالي ستحقق التنمية المهنية في أداء المعلمين ستحقق الفائدة على المنظمة بأكملها. متطلبات تطبيق التصور المقترح. أولاً، أرى بأن وزارة التعليم لابد أن تتبنى الجهة المسؤولة عن تطوير العمليات التنمية المهنية في وزارة التعليم تبني هذا التصور وتطبيقه بشكل فعلي. توفير الدعم المالي الكافي لتطبيق التصور، لأن هذا برامج الذكاء الاصطناعي تحتاج إلى بنية تحتية، تحتاج إلى موارد، تحتاج إلى دورات مكثفة في طريقة استخدام هذه البرامج في الذكاء الاصطناعي. كذلك تحتاج إلى تطبيق برامج أو توفير برامج لتطبيق هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي. كذلك تغيير ثقافة المعلمات والمعلمين في تحديد الفجوات المهنية الخاصة بهم، يعني مو أي دورة أنا ألتحق بها، أنا عن طريق هذا البرنامج أود أن يعيد هيكلة تنظيم الاحتياج المعلمات للدورات كلاً على حسب مكانه في المنظمة، وكلاً على حسب احتياجه في التطوير المهني. لا يكون مجرد إضافة ساعات في التطوير المهني وأصبح الآن تسابقاً في إضافة الساعات حتى أحقق نسبة في رصد ساعات التطوير المهني. تعاون قادة المدارس والمشرفين والقائمين على العملية التعليمية والتدريبية في تطبيق هذا التصور المقترح. المعوقات التي قد تواجه هذا التصور. أولاً، عدم قناعة المسؤولين بأهمية برامج الذكاء الاصطناعي. قد نواجه في بعض الحالات عدم قناعة القائمين على عمليات التدريب أو القائمين على برامج التدريب بأهمية دمج برامج الذكاء الاصطناعي في عملية تدريبية أو عملية التطوير المهني. كذلك تحويل البرنامج المقترح لأداة تقليدية تزود ببيانات عشوائية، يعني يكون برنامج ويزود ببيانات عشوائية لا نتحرى فيها الدقة، لذلك قد تكون هذا معوق في تحقيق جودة هذا البرنامج في تحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية. كذلك ضعف التعاون بين الأطراف المستفيدة من التصور. قد يكون مثلا أنا كأستاذة نوال متحمسة لتطبيق هذا البرنامج، قائدتي أو مديرتي متحمسة، قد يكون هناك أطراف أخرى ما في تعاون بين الفريق كامل أو القائمين على عملية تحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية وتطبيقه بشكل يضمن جودته وتطبيقه بشكل صحيح. نتائج الدراسة. من خلال قمت بمسح أو دراسة على عدد من المعلمات، أظهرت الدراسة أن درجة معوقات تحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية للمعلمات من وجهة نظرنا جاءت بدرجة متوسطة بنسبة تأييد 65.50%. وأظهرت الدراسة كذلك أن معوقات تنمية القدرات المهنية للمعلمات من وجهة نظرهم جاءت بنسبة كبيرة لدرجة 80.7%. وبينت الدراسة أن أكثر المعوقات في تحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية للمعلمات كان عدم تحديد فجوات الأداء وفقا لأهداف المعلمات، وجاءت بنسبة 76%. وبينت الدراسة كذلك أن معوقات التنمية بالنسبة للمعلمات كانت الأعباء الأسرية الواقعة على كاهل المعلمة بدرجة 91.67%. وكذلك قدمت الدراسة تصورا مقترح لبرنامج يعتمد على الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية للمعلمات وتنمية قدراتهن المهنية. أود أن أقدم في النهاية التوصيات. تبني وزارة التعليم والقائمين على عملية التطوير المهني والعمليات التدريب للتصور المقترح وتعميمه، توفير الدعم المادي الكافي لتطبيق التصور المقترح وتحويله لبرنامج عملي ذو جودة ودقيق ووفق معايير حتى نضمن تطبيقه بطريقة صحيحة. تعاون القائمين على العملية التعليمية والتدريبية في تزويد التطبيق ببيانات واقعية. يعني أنا كمعلمة عن طريق هذا البرنامج يعطيني إيش احتياجي تبعا للوظيفة وتبعا لوجودي في المنظمة. حتى لو انتقلت المعلمة من إدارة إلى أخرى أو مشرفة من إدارة إلى أخرى، يحدد أو يقيس احتياجها من المهارات المهنية اللازمة لتطويرها حتى في الإدارة الأخرى. فلا بد من تزويد هذا البرنامج ببيانات واقعية حتى نضمن قيامه بتحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية تبعا للوظيفة أو المنظمة أو الموظف نفسه. قياس أثر البرنامج على أداء المعلمين والمعلمات وتطويره بناء على هذه النتائج. شكرا لكم. ما أدري الوقت الآن انتهيت من عرض الورقة، وأشكركم جميعا إن سمحتم لي بتقديم ما لدي من هذه الورقة.
أشكرك أستاذة نوال، وما شاء الله عرض يعني ما شاء الله ممتاز. وقضية الاحتياجات التدريبية هي قضية يعني مؤرقة في كثير من الأماكن، لكن أتمنى يعني كان في سؤال لأستاذ نوال اللي هو الآن بالنسبة للاحتياجات التدريبية اللي الآن قائمة، كيف الوضع في الآن في الحالي في قياس الاحتياجات التدريبية وكيف بيتم هذا العمل؟
أيوة دكتور فيصل، بحكم عملنا قبل فترة بتحديد الاحتياجات، كانت يحدد بناء عن طريق استمارات، مقابلات، عن طريق استطلاعات رأي المعلمات بحضور الدورات، لكن لم تكن دقيقة في تحديد احتياجات الاحتياجات التدريبية للمعلمة. بالذات الآن في الفترة الحالية أصبح كثير من المعلمات أو القائم في العملية التعليمية، العاملين في العملية التعليمية بما فيهم أنا، أصبح هوس في جمع أو رصد الساعات التطوير المهني. لكن عندما يقوم برنامج أو جهة محددة بتحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية وفق ضوابط ومعايير محددة لكل موظف، بحيث لا يسمح له بالحضور هذه الدورة لأنها لا تحقق متطلبات التطوير. كما ذكرت سابقا كانوا يحضروا جميع المعلمات، كان تحديد الاحتياجات عبر مقابلات وعبر استبانات وعبر تسجيل المعلمات، يعني تحضر معلمة وتسجل في الدورة سواء احتياجها أم لا. قد نواجه أحيانا في بعض المعلمات أو بعض العاملين في العملية التعليمية يحضر الدورة أكثر من مرة عند أكثر من مدرب، فهو بذلك لا يحقق احتياج من التدريب. لكن فكنا نقيس كما ذكرت عن طريق استبانات وعن طريق مقابلات وأوراق عمل، وقمنا باستطلاعات رأي فحللنا الاحتياج الوظيفي تبعا للموظف والوظيفة والمنظمة. فهذا كانت أكثر احتياج بالنسبة للقائدات قمنا بطرحها في إدارة التدريب، وقمنا بتدريب القائدات مثلا تبعا لاحتياجهم من هذه البرامج. أما المعلمات الأكثر احتياجا طرحناها، لكن لم تكن بدقة عالية لأنه بحكم يحتاج فريق متكامل، يحتاج تعاون من جميع الجهات والأطراف القائمين على العملية التعليمية.
أشكرك أستاذة نوال.
العفو.
في أي إضافة عندك ولا؟
الله يديكم العافية وأشكركم جزيلا، وأنا كنت فخورة بأن أكون ضمن نخبة من القائمين على عملية التدريب وعلى عمليات التطوير في الجامعات والمؤسسات. شكرا جزيلا.
الله يعطيك العافية أستاذ نوال، ونشكر جامعة حائل على هذه الفرصة اللي أتاحت للخبراء والخبيرات في المملكة إنهم يدلوا بدلوهم في قضايا التدريب ويشخصوا الحالة العامة اللي نحتاج تطويرها، ونحتاج إنه يعني نصلح كثير من العملية هذه الكبيرة اللي تحتاج كثير من العناية حتى يكون عندنا مخرجات عالية ونزيد الأداء ونحسن الجودة. أشكرك، والآن مع المنظمين للمؤتمر.
شكرا لكم جميعا، ونستأذنكم الآن يبدأ البريك الخاص بالمؤتمر.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. قبل أن نبدأ نكمل باقي جلسات المؤتمر، فقط أود أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر وجزيل التقدير لسعادة الأستاذ الدكتور وجدي طلعت رئيس الجمعية المصرية للتعليم الطبي على مبادرته الرائعة والجميلة المتمثلة في تسليم سعادته هدية لهذا المؤتمر، وتم نشره على الموقع الرسمي لهذا المؤتمر، وهو أحد المؤلفات المتميزة لسعادة الأستاذ الدكتور وجدي طلعت، وهو كتاب يحمل عنوان التعليم المجتمعي في المهنة الصحية، وهو متاح لجميع المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر. يمكنكم الآن الدخول على موقع المؤتمر وتحميل النسخة الإلكترونية من هذا الكتاب. ونتقدم بجزيل الشكر لسعادة الأستاذ الدكتور على هذه المبادرة الرائعة والطيبة وعلى إسهاماته الكبيرة في مجال التعليم الطبي. Before we begin the next session, I would like to thank and provide high gratitude for His Excellency Prof. Dr. Wajdi Talat, President of the Egyptian Association for Medical Education, for his initiative to provide as a present for this conference. He provided us a free access to one of his recently excellent publications, his book entitled Community Education in Health Professions, which is now available on the conference website, and you can download it for free. So we thank His Excellency for this initiative and his continuous improvement in the health profession. Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Wajdi Talat. So now we move to the next session. زميلي وأخي العزيز الدكتور عبد العزيز العمري رئيس الجمعية السعودية للتعليم الطبي سوف يتفضل مشكورا بإدارة هذه الجلسة. تفضل أخي عبد العزيز.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. حياك الله دكتور عبد العزيز.
الله يسلمك. اسمعني دكتور عادل كويس؟ أنا الفيديو ما هو طالع معاي هنا.
واضح الصوت.
والصورة ما هي موجودة ولا؟
لا لسه حتطلع الآن.
طيب ما في مشكلة.
يتواصلوا معك التكنيكال تيم.
طيب.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. حياك الله دكتور.
أنا ممكن أبدأ دكتور عادل إذا حبيت، لأنه الفيديو مش، أنا أحاول أطلع الفيديو ما يطلع معاي.
دكتور عبد العزيز.
تفضل. السلام عليكم.
اعمل حضرتك شير فيديو يا فندم. اتفضل حضرتك.
أنا أحاول الآن أفتح الفيديو لكن مش راضي يعني. The host has stopped it يعني، هحاول ما في مشكلة. أيوة الآن. طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. واضح الآن دكتور عادل الصوت والصورة؟ ها؟
واضح إن شاء الله.
طيب بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. إذا تسمحوا لي في البداية بس أتكلم بالعربي just for a short notice in Arabic, then I will give details about the session inshallah in English. فبادئ بدء الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أحب أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر وعظيم الامتنان لكل الزملاء في جامعة حائل العزيزة علينا، ممثلة في رئيس الجامعة، في الدكتور عادل الخليل، في البروف غنيم، وجميع الزملاء المنظمين لهذا المؤتمر المميز والكبير. والحقيقة اختاروا وقت مناسب له، يعني موضوع جودة التدريب في ضوء الاتجاهات والتطورات الحديثة موضوع مهم جدا. وكما تعلمون من ناحيتنا في التعليم الطبي، كما تعلمون هو تخصص يعنى بجودة التعليم والتدريب في مجال الطب. ولعل هذه الجلسة تكون مهتمة بشكل خاص بأعضاء التدريس والطلاب في تعليم المهن الطبية والصحية على حد سواء. فالحقيقة أشكر الزملاء على دعوتهم لي والزملاء والزميلات في الجمعية السعودية للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر. وإذا سمحتوا لي الآن أعطي ملخص عن الجلسة ومتحدثين باللغة الإنجليزية. So I extend my very hearty welcome to all esteemed panelists for this session. I also take the opportunity to thank the organizing team and University of Hail for giving me the chance and for the SSME to participate in this major academic event. When we look at the program, actually the organizing team, they have put together a very pertinent and interesting scientific program, which is very commendable. I hope the deliberations and discussion of this conference would inspire many more faculty members towards the more research and action in the field of medical education and training. For this session specifically, we have with us a very distinguished panel of experts who shall be sharing their insights related to some of the most interesting and relevant issues in medical education. For example, effective feedback has been recognized as one of the top influences governing student achievement. But unfortunately, when we look at this topic, it is also one of the most neglected topics in the education in general. So I think it was a great chance to discuss this topic in this great conference today. We have two separate presentations by two distinguished experts, Dr. Amuna Sheikh and Dr. Subha Ramani. They will discuss the art and science of effective feedback and its impact on student performance. Just a brief about Dr. Amuna Sheikh. She's working as Associate Professor of Neurophysiology at the College of Medicine of Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University. She's one of the prominent experts in the field of medical education in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And she's the Vice President of Saudi Society for Medical Education, of course. For Dr. Subha Ramani, she's a general internist and educationalist. She's Associate Professor of Medicine at the Harvard Medical School. She's recognized globally for her contributions for medical education research and practice. And she holds leadership roles at the Harvard University's Macy Institute, as well as AMI, we know that. The other important theme that we are going to discuss in this session is e-learning. And in fact, virtual learning or e-learning in general came to the rescue as the world grappled with the COVID pandemic. So now, as we transition towards the normal life or normal times, it shall be worthwhile to put to use the lessons learned from this situation. And we are strive towards incorporating the best elements of virtual learning in our curriculum for optimizing the results. Of course, one of the experts in this field, Dr. Khalid Shahat, and he shall share his experience and perspective in this regard. As you know, Dr. Shahat is the CEO and the founder of FEMA, Virtual Medical Academy. He's an assistant professor at Taiba University, and he's the vice dean for quality in the college. FEMA is a very well-known and leading e-learning platform for health disciplines in the Middle East region. This will be part of our session today. Another part, when you look at the tremendous amount of research of the complex process of e-learning that has been undertaken in the past decades, learning theories have been widely used as frameworks to design and optimize the curriculum in various streams of learning. As faculty members in the medical and health professions setting, we can gain a lot by having a basic grounding on the learning theories and how they can be used to optimize the teaching learning experience. One of the experts in this field is Dr. Colin Greengrass. So his presentation shall be sharing his expertise and experience in this vital domain. Of course, Dr. Greengrass is a faculty at the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, Medical University of Bahrain. He has extensive experience in the area of curriculum development and has contributed widely to this domain in his current and as well in the various earlier roles. At the end, I would like to say collaboration is our strength. The wider acceptance of the virtual platform for expertise sharing has made it easier to connect and to learn across geographical boundaries. I am hopeful that we all are able to take away a part of the expertise and inspiration from each other to improve the quality of teaching and training in our settings. I don't want to take more time in this introduction. I would like to thank you again for the great event, and I will leave the floor now for our first speaker, Dr. Amuna Sheikh, to talk about the effective feedback. So thanks again, and please, Dr. Amuna, the floor is yours now. Thank you. Are you muted? Is it? No. So now the first presentation will be about the impact of feedback on students' performance, and Dr. Mona Sheikh, as I told, will be presenting in this topic. Please, Dr. Mona, you can go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah. I want to share with you a piece of experience that we had in the College of Medicine in Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University about the use of or the impact of feedback on student performance. I will start with a quote from round 3 on the feedback is the lifeblood of learning. And I want to tell you also that the awareness about the importance of feedback and models of how to give feedback were stressed, and a big awareness campaign have been done in our college for all the faculty, including role play and peer evaluation. So if we go back in history to the year 2000, a group of famous psychologists sat together and they revised decades of educational research about educational feedback. They wanted to answer the question, what makes feedback most effective? And they came up with a list of factors that are important to make feedback effective and to useful. But I want to highlight one factor that was made very clear by them, and that is trust. So the relationship between the instructor and the student, if there is, if the student actually trusts the instructor to for his genuine concern about his progress, then usually the feedback is effective. Medical student or the graduates of high school to compete for the seats in the medical school, they have to produce 3 evidences or 3 performances. The first one is their high school graduate, which is a local exam by the general school that includes the achievement or performance in the year 11 and 12. The second performance is the achievement test, which is done by a national governmental independent organization called QIAS. It's a curriculum-dependent tool that measures knowledge from year 7 to 12. The third performance, or the third score, is the aptitude test, which is a curriculum-independent tool that is has the purpose of measuring the cognitive ability of the applicant. So these 3 tests, they are mixed together in a formula, and usually the high school graduate is only 20 to 30% of that. So there is various proportions of these 3 scores, but the majority is for the aptitude and achievement. And the aggregate score is what the student competes for in when they apply for medical school. And I have seen graduates of high school with a high school average of 99 and above, and they were denied access into the medical school. So it's very competitive, and usually the selection is really highly meticulous. So once they get admitted in the medical school, they get into this track of going towards graduation, and they have a very blind, as they described, the students described it themselves as a blind pathway from admission to graduation, with very little guidance, very little counseling. And in the year 2011, I was requested by the dean to interview the medical students to take their opinion about why their performance in the licensure exam was dropping. So many of them described their experience in the medical school as being depressing, that they don't know what they are performing. They don't know if they are fit enough to practice, or if they are fit enough to pass the licensure exam, which determines their future, and whether they are going to be matched and, to get into specialization or postgraduate studies. So they describe their progress in the medical school as striving to increase their grade and they're always threatened by the test results rather than having their goal as a learning per se. So we did a longitudinal study of the education environment measurement using the DREAM tool, which is a 50 items tool that from the perceptions of measures the perceptions of students about the educational environment around 5 subscales, and we compared the traditional with the parallel PBL program in medicine, and we found that the scoring or the satisfaction of students with these two programs differed significantly at many aspects, but the only statement which was universally low in scoring in both programs was the statement that said teachers give good feedback, or teachers are good at providing feedback to students. The score was below 2 out of 4, so it was red flags in both programs. So we knew earlier on, this was a big study that involved around 600 students. So we knew earlier on that the feedback was a problem in our college. And in 2007, the establishment of the National Commission of Academic Accreditation and Assessment started with it a group or a package of metrics, including the course evaluation survey, which is done at the end of each course, the student experience survey, which is done at the mid-program, and the program evaluation survey, which is done towards the end of the program. And in each one, each one of them is 23 to 26 items. In each one of them, there is one statement about feedback. And every time we run those surveys, the feedback is evaluated less than 2 out of 4 and is red flagged. So we knew that there was with the feedback and we wanted to improve. So what we did was the following. We started, we mandated posting the scores or the grades of the exam within 48 hours of finishing the exam on the student information system. So the student will log in and he can electronically get his grade. But that was not enough. We thought that that was not enough to give the student guidance. So we mandated the instructor to give a narrative or some description of the behavior of the student and where they had, what was their strengths, what were their weaknesses. This was done in the learning management system, which is Blackboard, and it was done personally. We also thought that we needed more specific feedback. So we customized software, which when you feed the blueprint to the OpScan 8 or the OMR reader, the software actually gives personalized learning outcome achievement report to each student. So it's not based on items, it's based on learning outcomes. So each of these learning outcomes can be 1 to 5 items. So at one glance, this student, for example, can tell that he has underscored or underachieved on this one, and this learning outcome. And he will probably try to bridge this. And the next version of this software, we added also the textbook reference under each of these learning outcomes. So if he, for example, know that he failed this wide complex tachycardia, then he knows that he can find it in Harrison page so-and-so or Davidson page so-and-so. So we made it easy for them to bridge their gaps and improve their performance. But this was only done for the written test. For the practical or clinical test, we mandated that the students will get a narrative or a rubric or evaluation of their at the end of each PBL session, and they get feedback on their performance on each OSCE station. So there is a narrative under each component of the checklist, and there's a narrative as a global at the end of the checklist. And this is a copy of that is given to the candidates as soon as they leave the OSCE station. Now, the objective of this study, or our aim, was to study the impact of formative, comprehensive medical multiple choice question test with immediate personalized learning outcome achievement report on their subsequent formative tests and on the summative real Saudi medical licensure exam. Our College of Medicine has been a member of the IDEAL, or the International Database for Enhanced Assessment and Learning, since 2007, and which is a big international data bank that has more than 30,000 items of the A type. The questions have item indices, and they have a robust search engine that is very useful to search for the process, the discipline, the age group, any kind of search term that you can think of. Then we subscribe to 4 additional item banks. Prometric, which is one of the largest Gulf bank items. It has more than 59,000 items. Fudul, it was done by students, and it includes more than 29,000 items. QBank, or Canadian Bank, has around 2,800 MCQs, and Ambus had around 2,400 MCQs. So we had subscription to all of these 5 banks, and we searched them, and we created 3 exams, each of 300 multiple choice questions based on the Saudi Medical Licensure Examination Blueprint, which is already published. So the 3 exams were different, but they shared the same blueprint. And we allowed our graduates to enter those exams optionally. It was not mandated, but we gave them the incentives that if they scored well, they had the chance to be listed in the Dean's List. The reliability, so we did detailed psychometric analysis with the Kuder-Richardson reliability, with item indices, and with distractor analysis. And we found that the first exam had a reliability of 0.87, second one was 0.94, third one was 0.96. So each student took the first exam of 300 multiple choice question, received a feedback report, which was a learning outcome achievement report, immediately after the first exam, and he or she had the chance to look at the items or learning outcomes they missed, and they had 1 week to bridge those deficiencies, and then sent for the next exam. And then they received another report after the second exam, and then they had 1 week to remedy that before the third exam. So what we found was that out of those students who took second remediation, 42% of them improved their performance significantly. And out of those students who took third remediation, 45% of them had significant improvement in their scores. So we had lists of these student scores, and we allowed some of them only took 2 exams, some of them took only 1 exam, and some of them took all the 3 exams. So not only we allowed the students to take the 3 exams, but we also followed them in the real licensure or SMLE, and we correlated the scoring on the formative test with scoring on the SMLE, and we found that there was a positive correlation with which was significant at 0.027. Then after we did all this, we thought that we will ask the students about their perceptions of this experience with the SMLE. So the students thought 31% of them, they felt that this exam was in line with the SMLE, with the real one. And they found that preparation for the mock SMLE was helpful in preparing for the real SMLE. They also, but the very strong, powerful message was that the exam was more difficult than they expected. But they still thought that it was well structured, and that includes all of the subjects it should include. And they thought that the items were application questions, and they contained skills. They also thought that going through the mock SMLE helped them highlight their areas of deficiencies. And the most important thing was the final message by them that they really wanted to have this as an annual practice. So the limitations of this experience was what we realized after the fact was that the timing was not the best. We conducted those mock SMLE in July and August, and this time there was the time when they started, the graduates just started their internship. Some of them were far away from the venue of the exam, like 500 kilometers or even 2,000 kilometers. The mode of the exam was not best. It was paper and pencil. The students had to appear in the examination hall in the King Fahd University Hospital to take the exam. So they had to go back and forth to their internship place. And this very disturbing for some of the students. The execution of the exam also was very tough because we gave them 300 items as one go and in 2 sections without a break. And they given a 1.5 minutes for non-native English speakers was, if you calculated that, come to 450 minutes, which is around 7 hours and a half. Very long exam, very tiring. So we thought that if we want to repeat this next time, then we will probably divide it into 3 sections, each section carrying about 100 items and covering third of the blueprint. So we thought that we can do this at the VIA, which is our vertical integration assessment done at the end of 2nd year. And the second 100 will be done at the end of 5th year. The third 100 will be done at the end of 6th year. And this is how we divided the blueprint of the SMLE. So all the basic sciences up till ethics will be done in VIA 1. All the main departmental clinical disciplines, internal medicine, surgery, pediatric, and OB-GYN will be done in VIA 2. And all the subspecialties and partially medicine and surgery will be done in VIA 3, which is after 6th year. So I think this is what we will do for next year. And thank you for your listening. And I hope that I will be able to answer your questions in the Q&A session.
We thank Dr. Amuna for her excellent presentation on effective feedback and student performance. And as we agreed at the beginning, discussion will be at the end of the session. Now we have another distinguished speaker, Dr. Colin Greengrass. He will talk about the role of learning theory and curriculum design, providing a structure to reasoning. As I introduced him in the beginning of this session, Dr. Greengrass is a faculty at the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, Medical University of Bahrain. He has extensive experience in the area of curriculum development and has contributed widely to this domain specifically in his current and in the past time. So we are glad to have him today with us. And please, Dr. Greengrass, you can start, please. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm unfortunately having some internet connectivity issues this afternoon, so please bear with me. I hope everything works okay. We shall continue nevertheless. I'd like to firstly thank the organizers for inviting me. I'm honored to be speaking to you all. What we'll be talking about today is something quite interesting. A little bit difficult to understand at first, but we have the opportunity to go back and view it again and really get into it a little bit more intensely next time. Okay, so we'll be looking at the role of learning theory in curriculum design, and the subtitle, Providing a Structure to Reasoning. Point not working, okay. Okay, so there are different types of learning that have been established, and there are several, but the main types are surface and deep learning. Now, surface learning is all about the students' intention to complete the task, but what they do is they memorize information and they focus in limited areas of the subject. They don't really recognize this kind of wider context, how things are related to each other. And that's surface learning, and many of our students we will observe have, well, they do this. Deep learning is really what we want to try and achieve, where a student with a deep learning approach seeks to understand really what's going on. They relate new ideas to previous knowledge. They relate concepts to experience or application, and also they examine the logic of the argument. So when they're learning, they also look metacognitively at what they're learning to see whether that makes sense. They're not just learning by rote. They're learning to question what they're learning. This is what metacognition is really all about. So in respect of deep learning and surface learning, well, surface learning is more focused on factual information, and assessment of surface learning is more of a focus on recall of facts and on fragmented knowledge, pieces of knowledge. Deep learning is focusing more on mechanisms of and problem solving, and a focus in assessment is more on troubleshooting these mechanisms and again, problem solving. Now, the next slides will seek to understand learning by referring to several theories and concepts. And although there's a kind of overall overarching focus really on medicine, because that's where we're coming from, these principles can be applied in any subject which is a systematic subject. So science, engineering, I've listed here, science, engineering, law, history, all of these are systematic, and these same principles can be applied in constructing a curriculum. So in respect of how we learn, well, one of the thoughts, one of the theories about how we learn is schema theory. And this is where knowledge is thought to be held within conceptual schema in the brain, contained within networks of neurons. And we have here a picture of, it's obviously not a real picture, it's a depiction of networks of neurons. And this is where knowledge is really held. Well, what are schema? Well, schema theory describes how knowledge is structured in memory, first of all. And schema or schemata are knowledge structures in the brain, which form long-term memory. If we have enough of them, then we have a fairly substantial long-term memory. Schema represent linked components of knowledge, which form concepts or ideas. And then we have a couple here. We have a simple schema involving a single object and a complex schema involving several objects and how they interact. And schema, most importantly, are constructed during learning. So in schema theory, well, first we have components of essential knowledge are presented. So we're looking at the structuring of knowledge. And first we have these components of knowledge which are presented to the learner. New components, new knowledge. Now, how these components fit together is to be learned. That's a part of the learning process. How do these fit together? Well, in this case, now it's determined how these components fit together, and this is an element of knowledge or a schema. Now, this just kind of reiterates that this is all about neural networks in the brain, networks of connections between neurons via synapses, and it's extremely, extremely complex. Well, the process of acquiring schema occupies a component of working memory during this learning process. And what we have here, we start with objects to be learned. Then these objects, when faced with sensory memory faces these objects and they're brought into working memory. Working memory is what we're using right now. We're all using working memory in trying to assimilate what I'm talking about here. And when these objects have entered working memory, then they then are referenced in long-term memory. And what long-term memory does is it tries to interpret what these mean, how they fit together, and how they fit with what is already known in respect of long-term memory. So working memory really tries to sort out new information by trying to fit everything together. And this forms an internal structure. So here we have the memory, these initial objects, they're organized according to a probable internal structure. And this will form a schema in long-term memory. Now, if there's prior knowledge, as I mentioned, if there's prior knowledge, the working memory will access this and try to understand how the new information all fits together in terms of what's already known. And as we can see here, well, this particular blue component here might fit here, this brown, this red. So it might actually fit in long-term memory in this arrangement. And that's more or less what the brain is doing under these circumstances. Well, further learning activates and builds additional elements into schema. And these additional elements may form a link between previously unlinked schema. And look, there we go. We had two schema which were previously unlinked, but now they are linked together. There's commonality between them. And this forms a larger schema, meaning this is a concept which we've now expanded upon. We now understand more about a particular object, a particular thing. Now, previously defined schema provide this framework for construction of new schema, and also the existing schema can influence patterns of interpretation, which is more or less what we've just seen here. New elements learned can be incorporated into existing schema. Now, we probably know if all of this constitutes knowledge about a particular subject, then that is probably complete knowledge. Do we ever have complete knowledge in reality? Probably not, but it is possible to achieve in some circumstances. So, heuristics and algorithms. But when one tries to solve a problem, we would consider heuristics and algorithms. Algorithms are, well, we'll see exactly what they are on the next slide. What are algorithms? Okay. Algorithms are a step-by-step procedure. So when we're thinking about solving a problem, solving it via an algorithm is very accurate because algorithms can guarantee around 100% of the solutions. Of course, ideally that's an algorithm. In reality, we try to use an algorithm and it would get us a very good solution, but not perhaps 100%. Working through an algorithm tends to be slow, and this is often seen as a disadvantage because we have to follow each step and move through the process of how to work out to solve a problem. How are we going to solve a problem? By using this algorithm. When it's oftenly purported to be slow, well, not entirely, because algorithms can be automated and brought into unconscious memory, and then they become fast. But that's something else for another day. What are heuristics? Well, heuristics are known as efficient mental processes or mental shortcuts. They help to solve problems or to learn a new concept, but they're a shortcut. And because they're a shortcut, heuristics are fallible. Some are more robust than others, but a lot of it is guesswork. And we'll look at a heuristic structure in a moment. So a heuristic is thought as a thought routine that will often bypass a lack of information with an approximation to reach a solution. So we don't know how some of these components are linked together. We don't know. So we're making a guess, an educated guess. And that's all about heuristics. In a way, a heuristic can be thought of as an incomplete schema in respect of a concept, and an algorithm can be thought of as a completed schema. Well, the educated guess. This uses a heuristic, but it's still significantly more accurate than an uneducated guess. Despite the educated guess not being represented by a true algorithm, there's a lot of guesswork here. We don't know certain things. It is still based within a framework of knowledge. Incomplete, but still a framework of knowledge. How can we improve the accuracy of heuristics? Well, firstly, heuristics are always going to be used. We can't insist that our students always use algorithms. We will always use heuristics. But how can we improve the accuracy? Well, an accurate heuristic is based in a framework of knowledge, and perhaps there are some unknowns or a lack of detail, but the basic structure is known. Onto the Solow taxonomy. The Solow taxonomy is a structure of observed learning outcome. It was originally proposed by Professor John Biggs. Here's a photo of him. His work is fascinating, actually, very interesting, and I recommend looking more into his work. Well, the Solow taxonomy describes stages of learning. The Solow taxonomy is split into 5 categories or phases. We have pre-structural, we'll go through these in a moment, unistructural, multi-structural, relational, and extended abstract. Now, these graduate from a limited, fragmented knowledge structure at these early stages. It's limited, fragmented knowledge, not very useful for some task like problem solving. And also, at a higher level, relational and extended abstract, we find a comprehensive, integrated knowledge structure. Now we can start to make decisions. Usually, the Solow taxonomy is used to formulate learning objectives, to assess depth of learning, and to indicate the ability to complete a task. But what we're going to be looking at now is how it can be used to construct a curriculum. Well, used in structuring a curriculum, the Solow taxonomy can help to determine how much knowledge has been obtained in order to complete a task. Pre-structural, not a lot. But at this relational phase, almost definitely enough knowledge has been obtained to complete a particular task. But if we look at, well, if this is what the taxonomy means, then if we employ that same idea, how much knowledge is required to complete a task, on a larger scale, that's the aim of a curriculum. A curriculum is all about completion of tasks, completion of problem or solving of problems, the ability to solve problems. And more problems eventually results in a full curriculum. So therefore, Solow principles should be able to assist in providing indicators of how to structure a curriculum. So here we have the sequence in Solow taxonomy, the pre-structural phase. This element of knowledge here is completely new. The learner has no reference for this knowledge and how it should be structured in their long-term memory. They know nothing about this information. They're trying to structure, how is this going to fit together? But they have no previous knowledge about how it works. So the perceived internal structure, how things fit together, has a high probability of being inaccurate. A unistructural phase, well, the unistructural phase refers to a stage where very limited knowledge on a subject is obtained. So we only have, here's a subject and we have one little part of that subject, but the internal structure is now more or less confirmed. And this element exists as a single unit of knowledge about a subject, so it's not very useful in practice. The multi-structural phase refers to a stage where more knowledge on a subject has been acquired. So here we have several pieces of information about a subject, but they're not, and their internal structure is fairly organized, but what they don't have is they are still fragmented. And as a result, interrelations between them has not been established. So here's one piece of information about a subject and another piece of information about a subject, but we don't know how they link together. So are they very useful in respect of a subject? Yes, if we are going to test students on recall of knowledge, sure, we can ask them about A, we can ask them about B. Is it useful in practice? At this stage, not at all. So although much of the knowledge required to engage in effective problem solving is present at this stage, if the student tries to decide how they are linked, a fair degree of guesswork will be employed. So linkage between elements of knowledge is unclear in this respect, and because of gaps in knowledge, potentially faulty heuristics, those weak heuristics, that guessing which doesn't really play out, is not accurate. This is the stage where it could be made. We can't really ever leave a student in this position where they are liable to make false decisions or weak decisions based on faulty heuristics. The relational phase. The relational phase refers to a stage where sufficient knowledge on a subject has been acquired. It's now structured in an integrated form. And at the relational level, the learner starts now to see how things are linked together. They can see how everything is linked together. Now they can start to make decisions and perform tasks. At a relational level, the learner now has the ability to create these structures and systems, sort new knowledge. They can view this topic from a different perspective, hit this side and this side. They can also begin to explain connections between things using systemic and theoretical modeling. And a question like, what would happen if, could be employed at this stage. This is the stage we really want to get to. The interface between the multi-structural and the relational phases are where heuristics are being used. This is where errors can be made. And we need to really try to ensure that we have our students at that relational phase, not spending very much time at that multi-structural phase, but specifically we want our students to be in a relational phase from very early on. Because of a lack of time, we'll just skip through this a little bit. All about early and late relational phases. And we'll move on to the extended abstract phase. So the extended abstract phase refers to a stage where the student now knows everything about this subject, but because they know this subject in and out, they can apply the context, the knowledge structure to solving other problems in other contexts. And in this phase, there's a refined understanding of the subject, and this permits or has a structure for applied problem solving. This is where Biggs argues that the essence of the extended abstract response is that it goes beyond what has been given. Now the student is thinking more than we instructed them. And here we have knowledge structure from A can be used to construct and predict the knowledge structure in B. An ideal curriculum would largely dispense with phases 1 to 3 and only really have those relational phases and therefore, by default, an extended abstract phase. Well, one mechanism by which relational construction can be achieved is through providing an outline of each major area in the curriculum. So what we have here, we're not going into details in respect of how these different aspects are described in real detail, but we're looking at an outline of how these interact at a basic level. Here's an example of an outline. We have interactions between different body systems at a general level and how one affects another. So what happens in the gastrointestinal system? What happens in the respiratory and the circulatory system? How they all interact and work as a full holistic unit. This is what we can describe. And if something goes wrong with one of them, well, how will it affect another? This is what we can really describe to induce, to have a relational aspect to learning early on in a curriculum. By outlining a process, this provides a framework for understanding of major interactions between components. This is a framework. All of these are in sequence, a sequence of events, and all about formation of cancer, carcinogenesis, mutagenesis, how mutations occur in the cell. They're all at a basic level. We're not going into detail, but we're just defining how one will impact another, how dysfunction in one will impact another. Then we go into detail afterwards. So by outlining, this provides a scaffold for understanding interactions between components and provides a structure for relational knowledge. Now, despite it's fairly superficial, it is important. Subsequently, detailed knowledge can be incorporated. And here we have an example where first it was superficial, and now we're bringing in the detailed knowledge into each facet, and now we're kind of understanding it at a deeper level. But we already had an understanding of the system or multiple systems already from a superficial but a really useful point of view. So here's an example of the same again. We have these systems, and then we add detail, more and more detail as we go. So outlining a process will largely bypass the first 3 phases of the solo taxonomy. Leads to a more relational form of a curriculum from the very beginning. It improves accuracy of heuristics because you can make really educated guesses, because you know that, for instance, something going wrong here or something impacting here, something going wrong here will impact this section in a particular way. So you can make an educated guess. This scaffolds learning more rapidly towards the generation of algorithms. This is another way in which you might find it useful to layer a curriculum, but for another day. But the problem we have is we often don't concentrate on a curriculum as being a learner's curriculum. Curricula are often designated according to an administrative structure, like who's going to teach what when. But that's not what a curriculum should be, because a curriculum should be entirely designed and structured for the learner. And an important principle is to scaffold learning through the curriculum and ensure that the learner can interact with that structure. So what a scaffold is all about is where the learner can know where they are in the curriculum, and with this curriculum serving as a scaffold for learning. Now, how do we actually practically implement this? Well, the most important aspect of such a curriculum is that linkages between different interrelated elements must be made explicit. The learner must know what these are. And sessions dedicated to scaffolding must be incorporated into the curriculum and added to the schedule. We would go through all of this in basic detail in order that when we come to looking at real detail, the student would understand well what happens next, why it happened. And also something, well, why not? Curriculum can be visually mapped, and a learner can have access to this same map on a computer system. So by activating a node, one of the little blocks within that map, this could be linked to content or other maps, which enables them to scaffold their learning. This is also linked closely to metacognition, knowing where you are in the learning process. And this enables the learner to fill gaps where they're lacking knowledge and to know how each element of knowledge is linked together. A concept mapping should be continued throughout the curriculum in increasingly greater detail. The student has to know where they are in the learning process at all times. And finally, assessment and deep learning. Well, assessment drives learning. We know that, it's very well established. But also the type of assessment shapes the type of learning conducted. So assessment of fragmented information requiring factual recall, just little packets of information that we're expecting our student to remember, not really use, but remember. Well, this only drives surface learning. And if students view assessments, students are very, they know what's going on. So if students view an assessment as requiring just a recollection of facts, they'll take that shortcut. They'll engage only in surface learning. Assessment of interactions within and between systems, their mechanisms and how they can be applied. This is what drives deeper learning. This is what we have to change firstly in our assessment, which will be supported by the structure of the curriculum. And in that respect, have about 30 seconds for questions. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm just checking for questions in the Q&A. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Greengrass. The question will be at the end as we agreed. Thank you for your
okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice presentation and very informative talk you gave to us. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. So next we going to listen to Dr. Khalid Shahat about how e-learning changed the education landscape. Another interesting talk. Of course, Dr. Khalid, as I introduced him at the beginning, he's the CEO and the founder of Virtual Medical Academy, College of Medicine, Taiba University. So please, Dr. Khalid, the floor is yours now.
السلام عليكم.
السلام ورحمة الله.
الصوت واضح؟
واضح.
ممتاز. طيب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء المرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أفضل الصلاة والتسليم. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee and scientific committee for the conference, and it's really well organized, and it's very nice talk in this conference. Today we'll talk about how e-learning changed the educational landscape. As we know, during the last year, it's have dramatically changed in form of the educations. With COVID-19, all the schools and the university, they cannot teach the student face-to-face for the whole year, last year. And this it makes the e-learning.
If you can just open the camera, please.
Okay. It's not working.
Okay, the team will help you now. Just okay, you can continue now, Dr. Khalid.
Okay.
But try to open the camera when you have time.
Okay.
Try now, Dr. Khalid.
I try also. It's not opening.
Okay.
I think we'll continue. Then later on, I will try to find it.
You can try in a few minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Our outline, we will talk about the acceleration of digital learning and also the e-learning market. And we'll talk about the new trend on virtual learning, effective e-learning design versus emergency remote teachings, and also the digital revolution in Saudi Arabia. The virtual learning, it's expand the opportunity of education generally, and also expand the quality of learning, and increase the delivery of learning, and also improve the efficiency of teachings, because it have different type of modality, and also different media forms to deliver the information, and also it can use the synchronous and asynchronous educations that suit the student time and the internet also capability. It's clear that the pandemic has utterly disturbed the education system, that many assets was already losing its relevance. The education before continued to focus on traditional academic skills and rote learning, but now the skills it's rather than concentrating on such a skill as critical thinking or adaptability, which will be more important of success in the future, that could be moved to the online learning, be catalyst to create a new, more effective method of education, of educating the students. With the online learning, the learner will learn how to search more about the information, and also using their critical thinking to differentiate between also the right information and the wrong information, and also understanding their gap, and also they can choose for the source of the information and the type of education that suit their personality. And all of these things, it will teach them how they can be adaptive, and also how can they use their critical thinking. Most of the educational institute plan to make the e-learning part of their new norm after experiencing the benefit in the first hand. Even if we can see the Ministry of Education now, they are talking about the e-learning, and also it will be continue even after even after the pandemic. The acceleration of digital learning, even before COVID-19, there was already high growth and adoption of education technology with the global edutech investment. The global edutech investment, it reached up to around 19 billion in 2019, and the overall market for online education projection, it will reach up to 350 billion by 2025. Whether it was the language app or virtual tutoring or LMS system or video conferencing, all of these, it will rise significantly after, since it's grow significantly after COVID-19. While some believe that the unplanned and rapid move to online learning with no training or insufficient bandwidth, because there is some of the students they facing difficulty, or even the teacher, especially if they have poor internet and also little preparation, because as I said, all of the sudden, all the student and the teacher, they are turned from the online or from the face-to-face learning to online learning. This will result in poor user experience that unconducive to sustain the growth. But the other, they believe the new hybrid model of education will emerge with significant benefit. I believe that the integration of information technology in education will be further accelerated, and the online education will eventually become an integral component of the school education. The key trend of e-learning in 2020 would include the need for upskill course with curated and user-generated content, which has been in demand with people learning and working remotely, especially in the training. This shall determine the most effective content that would match the student need efficiently, resulting in positive user engagement and therefore an optimum outcome. Also, as the technology develop, these new trends shall develop, but the pillar around which it will be advanced would be customized learning, accessibility, engagement, and even the user-centric learning. Even the post-COVID landscape shall gain excellent traction with education institution reopening. People are now more sensitized to the concept of e-learning, as we said, because all the students and the teachers already they are familiar now with the e-learning, different e-learning modules, different e-learning system, and as affordability and broader scope of quality education are the benefits that come along with it. And overall, the people are now more inclined to online learning, which shall be working aggressively toward developing accessible quality education. And here, as we see, the e-learning market, it's rising it's rising here from the difference between 2017 and 2020. It's almost 200% grow, and in the 2025, as we said, it will reach up to 350,000 the budget for the e-learning. And here also from our experience in Virtual Medical Academy, as we see, this is the change between the pre and post-COVID, the growth of the new users who want to learn online. Here we can see from 2013, it was slightly grow. And then also after 2017, it started to grow slowly until 2019, but it's increased dramatically in 2020 because all the people, they start, as we said, be familiar with that technology, and also they change their mindset because there is different myth about the online education before. It's not equivalent to the on-site or face-to-face learning, and the study showed the studies showed different result of that. And also here we have the micro learning. The micro learning, it's a new, It's the modality of like on-job. They can use it for on-job training and also for the short. It's short courses, and it's breaking down of information into a topical and bit-sized chunk by interactive with these highly targeted learning and lesson become much easier to digest. And also the micro learning, it's have very highly knowledge retention is increased, and also the micro learning course are easier to develop, update, and also distribute compared to traditional e-learning courses. And as we see here, the micro learning, it's around 500% growth between the 2019 and 2020 while using on the training job. And that's also, it can lead us to work more, especially for the training on micro learning modules. And also the mobile learning trend in 2015. The mobile learning market was worth around 7.9 billion, around 8 billion. And also by the end of 2019, it's worth 27 billion. And we see how much it's increased during, because as we said, it's already improving between before the COVID-19, but it's dramatically changed after also the 2019. We will see in 2025, it will be around 87 billion, the market for the mobile learning. And also the micro learning, it's part of the mobile learning, and all of this type of training, it will be very beneficial in the future, and also it will be the new modality of training. And here also the global edutech venture capital in 2020, as we see here, if you can see, it's almost double the capital, the venture capital in 2020 during the COVID. And as we see here, the China, they are the more who's inventing in venture capital, and also after that the USA. The teaching and learning after COVID, the blended learning will dramatically increase because the remote teaching and learning effort that all our faculty and students are now engaged in not resemble what we think of as traditional online education. Quality online learning programs are highly input operation, require both time to develop and significant investment to run. The biggest future benefit of virtual instruction will come after our faculty and students return to the physical classroom and also in the face-to-face learning. The necessity of teaching and learning will asynchronous and synchronous platform will yield significant benefit when these methods are layered into face-to-face instruction. We will come back from COVID with much more widely shared understanding that the digital tool are complement, not substitution. And also we can save the precious time in the class for the face-to-face learning to utilize it in the discussion, debate, and also guided practice. And we can give all the theoretical part through online learning, synchronous or asynchronous education. Also, the online education will be a strategic priority at every educational institute. Very few college and university were doing absolutely nothing with online education pre-COVID-19. There was widely variation, however, in the degree to which online education was centered to an institutional strategic planning, but all that will be changed after COVID-19 in the future, because every president or dean and even the board of trustees will understand that the online education is not only potential source for new revenue. Instead, online education will be recognized as a core to every education institute, plan for institutional resilience and academic also continue. This post-pandemic understanding will change how university plan for managing and funding online education management, of online learning will be integrated into existing academic leadership structure and also process. And the third thing, also the online program management is expected to grow because most of the university and educational institute, they need to invest on the instructional designer and also the one who's managing the online program management. And we can feel that after the COVID-19 with the big shift of the online learning, most of the institute, they face a lot of challenges, and even the faculty, they face a lot of challenging how they can deal with the online, how they can shift their online program. And the institute that already they are investing in the online program management, and they have the personnel for that, and also they have the faculty who's responsible for that. The shifting to online education, it was easier than the other, and that's why we will see a major shift in the online program management, and also it will be expected to grow more in the coming year. Also we have now the e-learning trend to follow. We have the artificial intelligence. The edu technology always have source of innovation and also enhance the education during the pandemic and even before the pandemic. The AI, one of the major changes, the AI has played the most fascinating role in enhancing and personalizing also the education among the students. And also it can be used to automate the critical activities such grading and also providing feedback on area that need improvement. Even the artificial intelligence, we can use it also for the case scenario and also for some of the gamifications for providing some of the activity or a scenario to the student with different level. It will help in that, and also it will be will be very area of study and improvement, and it will change the whole picture of education. The augmented reality and virtual reality and also the mixed reality, all of them, it will play a major role in the future in the educational part, because it will change the whole way of how we can conduct the information and also how we can let the student live the scenario, and how they can also it will in the future it will substitute the simulation part, because we can simulate patients, simulate also some of the surgical procedure, and all of these still it's under studying, and also it's innovation. There is a lot of area of innovation to bring all of these technology in the educational system. And here we can see the global advanced technology also, how much the AR and VR and also the AI, it will increase their budget in 2025. And we can see how much the difference between 2018 and 2025. There is much investment in those technology, and also, as we said, it will be changing the educational parameters in the future, inshallah. And this here, some of the application of AR and VR application, like the surgical or medical dental procedure training, they can using the virtual reality, and even the equipment for the virtual reality. There is a lot of variation and also a lot of equipment there, and also still its area of innovation and helping changing also the educational part. And here also this is the application of AR and VR in pre-surgical planning and computer aid surgery systems, and also here it can help in mimicking the radiation therapy or medical education, and even the 3D visualization of telemedicine. We can use the AR and VR, and here's some of the application in the the AR and VR in the medical field, in rehabilitation and sport medicine, disability solution, and even the neurology evolution and psychiatry, and also behavioral healthcare. And even with the AR and VR, there is a lot of applications has been used. It has been widely used during the COVID. It simulated some of the lab, and for the student, they can practice some of the activity they can practice before in the lab. They can practice through VR and VR and VR and the AR application. Now we'll talk about the online versus emergency remote teaching. What's happened, to be honest, during the COVID-19, it's not all the education institute they was doing the real online learning. What's been done, it's emergency remote teaching. The emergency remote teaching is a temporary shift of instructional delivery to a delivery mode due to crisis circumstances. It's involved that the use of fully remote teaching solution for instructional or educational that would otherwise be delivered face-to-face or as blended or hybrid courses. And that will return to the format once the crisis or emergency has appeared. The primary objective in the circumstances is not to recreate or robust educational ecosystem, but rather to provide temporary access to instruction and instructional support in a matter that quick to set up and reliable available during the emergency or crisis. This is what's, as we said, it's happened in emergency remote teaching. But the online learning, in contrast to emergency remote teaching, online learning is bound by many standards to ensure optimal training and learning. Also, the online learning is provide opportunity for community building among students and with the instructors, also providing the opportunity for learner engagement with the material through realistic practice space, repetition, real world context, and also the formative feedback. Providing the opportunity to support also learning, this is part of the online learning. And also they can focus on the achievement of learning objective rather than covering only the content during the online. Also creating a safe environment that addresses the need of all learning, including the accessibility. That's if we need a real online learning and not only emergency remote. And we need to differentiate between these two aspects because it will because as we said during the COVID, there is a lot of faculty. They have different scenario and also different obstacles with their students because they only shifting their online their face-to-face material to online. They're using only the modality, not the online learning at a large. The effective online learning, the effective of online design. It's effective online course design being with the focus on learning alignment between learning objective and also instructional activity and also the assessment. As well as planned immersive, adaptive, and other innovative learning experience. Also, the study shown that the misalignment among these items is the primary cause of poor outcome, and that it will explain for us why sometimes we are not satisfied with the outcome because we are not using the online learning. But for those also who do have access to the right technology and also develop the good online learning, there is evidence that the learning online can be more effective in number of ways. Some research show that the average student retain 25 to 60% more material when learning online, compare it's only 8 to 10% in classroom. The most due to the student being able to learn faster online learning required 40 to 60% less time to learn than in the traditional classroom setting. And also in the online learning, the student he is the center of the education, and also he can repeat the information if he's not understand it. He can ask the questions. And even from our observation in the online learning, we found the students, they are more liable to ask questions than the face-to-face learning, because they feel free to ask questions in written format without getting shy from asking a question. And here there is a 5 competency of e-learning. This developed by King Abdulaziz University. The faculty member need 5 other competency to effectively manage and achieve learning outcome in electronic courses. These core competency are effective communication in a digital environment. This competency is very important to learn how to communicate in synchronous education, in asynchronous education, what is the different tools of communication, and also how we can manage that communication with the learner and the student to engage them more in the learning activity. Also the use and employment of technology in e-learning. That's mean the faculty member, they need to have the competency about the different variation of technology, the minimum requirement of using the synchronous or asynchronous education, and how he can troubleshoot some of the most frequent technical issue. Also designing and developing the e-courses. As we said, the designing and developing the e-courses, it's totally different than the face-to-face courses. It's need to think about all the aspects of course, what is the need, what you need, what is the objective exactly you want to cover, and how you will deliver it, with which media and which modality it will help you to deliver that message or that objective. Engaging the student in the educational process in the e-learning, and also the assessment of student level in the e-learning. And this, I think, it's one of the major hot topic, the assessment during the e-learning, especially during the COVID-19. The virtual technology enhanced learning is most effective when it's seamless integrated into the curriculum, mitigate the passive lecture experience and the larger number of students in the class, and also provide a tool within which students can engage in meaningful experience and gain knowledge. A variety of multimedia information delivery tools have been developed and are currently in use of enhanced student learning outcome. Here, this is the digital in Saudi Arabia. We can see here how much they have mobile phone from the people in our country. It's around 98%. They have access to mobile phone, and also the smartphone is around 98%. And here also we can see how much time they spend. Average time, this study in January 2021, it's around 7 hours 45 minutes. Average daily time used from age 16 to 64 spent using the internet. And here also they are using their time on different aspects. Here the time spent using the internet on all devices, as we said, 7 hours. Here they spend on watching televisions around 4 hours. The spent of using social media, it's around 3 hours. And also here we can see the time spent on press and media. It's around 2 hours. And all of these time it's spending by our community, and that's it will lead us to use the technology and the digital assets toward the education and more and more. The conclusion, the mixed feeling and opinion surrounding online learning suggest that post-pandemic, a hybrid model may be the most attractive for educational institution and student alike. It makes sense to take advantage of this technology to facilitate learning, but the way of virtual technology are used will impact learning outcome. The limit of using virtual technology in education environment is not in technology itself, but it's how this technology is used and how students learn. Virtual learning experience should not be just aimed to gain knowledge So it's required to design this learning environment from a constructive approach to obtain full learning benefit. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. That was a great talk. Thank you again for sharing with us your experience in this important topic. I think it's really nowadays very hot topics because of the current situation, and you gave a great overview about this. Thanks again. And I'm sure we have some questions here, but as we agreed, we'll keep it at the end of the session. If you see, as scheduled, we have a break now. We'll go for a break for about 40 minutes or 50 minutes. We'll come back at 3:30 to have our last talk by Dr. Ramani. And then after that, we'll have the discussion and question, inshallah. We'll come back to meet at 3:30, inshallah. Thank you all. Thanks.
Test mic. يبقى إذا عندك الشرح is very well. 5 minutes, we will start with the presentation. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back, our colleagues. We welcome you again after the break. Welcome to the last talk in this session. Our last talk will be about feedback and coaching, promoting assessment for learning and performance improvement. Our speaker is Dr. Subha Ramani. As I introduced her in the beginning of the session, she's the Director of Program for Research Innovations, Harvard Medical School, and she's a general internist and educationalist. She's well known in her globally for her contributions to medical education research and practice, and she holds leadership roles at Harvard University's Macy Institute, as well as Association for Medical Education in Europe. As we are closing our day here, Dr. Ramani, I believe you just started there in your location. It's still morning there, so we welcome you again, and the mic is yours now. Welcome, welcome.
Warm greetings to all participants of the QTR conference, Quality of Training in View of Recent Trends, an international virtual conference. My name is Shubha Ramani. I'm a general internist clinically and education specialist with a PhD in health professions education. I work at the Brigham and Women's Hospital and Harvard Medical School in Boston in the United States. It is a great pleasure to be a presenter in this conference, and my thanks and appreciation to all the conference organizers. Today my talk is titled Feedback and Coaching, Promoting Assessment for Learning and Performance Improvement. The goals of this session are to discuss the shift from assessment of learning to assessment for learning, describe the key components for educators to address in assessment for learning, reflect on factors that influence credibility of assessment and feedback data, and discuss a framework for feedback which incorporates coaching and focuses on promoting performance improvement. Before I start talking about assessment for learning, I would like to emphasize that it's not easy to define competence in healthcare professions. Some domains may be easily measurable, such as knowledge, but there are many other domains such as professionalism, health advocacy, practice-based learning ability, teamwork ability, interpersonal skills that are not measurable easily but essential to the profession. In the first section of my talk, I would like to present a brief overview of assessment for learning and then move to feedback and coaching, without which learning and performance improvement cannot effectively occur. Without feedback, the learners may get information about gaps in their knowledge and skills, but not how to improve these. A simplistic view is that assessment of learning is summative assessment, involves a judgment, useful for learners' promotion to the next level and graduation. Assessment for learning, on the other hand, is about ongoing learning, critical for continuing professional development. All of you know about Miller's pyramid to assess competencies. I would like to point out how important the does level is in assessment for learning. This involves direct observation of performance, understanding the context in which the performance occurs. Here are 5 key strategies for educators to focus on assessment for learning. Sharing learning expectations. It is not sufficient if educators write down goals and objectives of their curricula and expectations of the learners. It is equally important to communicate with the learners so that learners know what the goals are and what the expected performance is in each domain. Next is questioning, not for recall, but for higher levels, such as application, analysis, synthesis, etc. We're going to talk more about feedback, but I would like to finish this part by saying that multi-source assessment should be part of assessment for learning. We should think about self-assessment and peer assessment, in addition to supervisor assessment, to provide a complete picture of the learner and help learners grow. We also need to think about what data are perceived as credible and acceptable by learners. I look at this in 3 sections. The source of the assessment. Is it the teacher, supervisor, peer, self, or patient? In fact, there is literature to show that feedback from patients are considered highly valuable by learners in improving performance. Next is the context. If the supervisor who assesses does not know the context, is not familiar with the context, is not observing the learner in that context, it is considered less credible. Finally, the content of the assessment. Increasingly, assessment experts emphasize that narratives are as essential as numerical data to provide learners guidance on how to perform and improve their performance. In fact, many learners look towards narratives to actually improving the performance, and frequently the numbers do not mean much to them. I would like to conclude this section about assessment for learning with this model of programmatic assessment showcased by educational leaders in the Netherlands. Sample segments of learner performance at multiple time points keep individual assessment short and simple. This is great for faculty development and helps assessors to calibrate performance a little more accurately. Over multiple years, across different rotations, tasks, and contexts, one can obtain a full picture of learners' competence. This information can be fed back to learners in a formative way, and it can also be factored into summative judgment and to committees where decisions are being made about promotion and remediation. In summary, assessment for learning needs accurate assessment of different domains, should incorporate the learner's voice, provide a more complete picture of competence, needs to feature validity, reliability, and feasibility. Constructs of what is being measured should be aligned with the assessment method. Training of assessors is key, and apply coaching principles for performance improvement. But assessment without feedback is unlikely to lead to performance improvement, which is our central goal. And feedback is unlikely to be effective if learners do not accept or act upon it. Thus, we talk about application of coaching principles to feedback conversations. Increasingly, expert educators recommend application of these principles to feedback. We will discuss this in more detail in the following slides. Let us start by defining feedback. Moving away from older definitions of feedback, which portrays a unidirectional, teacher-centered view, feedback should be viewed from a learner perspective. It is effective only when assimilated, accepted, and leads to behavior change in learners. So if learner goals, learners' growth and improvement are central to feedback conversation, we should be using frameworks that incorporate relationships and coaching. Let me introduce you to R2C2 model described by educational researchers and leaders in Canada in collaboration with others from the United States and Netherlands. There are 2 R's and 2 C's, and therefore R2C2. The first R is to build relationships and rapport. The second R is to explore reflections and reaction. The first C is to confirm understanding of content. The last C is coaching for change. Starting with the first R, building rapport and relationships. The goal is to engage the learner, build working relationships, enhance respect and trust, and understand their context, without which we won't understand why they performed a certain way. Examples of statements to build relationships may include the following, but there are many others, and this depends on the individual teacher and the individual learner. How has the experience or rotation been for you? What do you think your strengths are? What do you think the gaps in your performance are? How can I help you to improve? I would like to observe your performance in at a certain time, after which we can debrief and sit down for a feedback conversation. Let us discuss assessment data thus far from your other supervisors and peers. Moving on to step 2, the second R stands for exploring reactions. The goal is to set the tone that learners' views are heard and respected. Examples of statements are: what were your initial reactions to this encounter? Did anything in the discussion, my observations, report, or data surprise you? Are these data consistent with your own assessment? Yes, it might be difficult to hear feedback that may not be aligned well with your own self-assessment. The first C stands for exploring understanding of content. The goal is for learner to be clear about what the data mean for their own knowledge, skills, and practice. Examples of language include the following. Was there anything in the report or data that did not make sense to you? Let us discuss the data which are not clear to you. Why do you think your supervisors assessed you this way? Based on these data, can you come up with 1 or 2 areas you would like to work on and improve? Now, this step can almost be seen as the initial part of coaching, and it sets the stage for the actual coaching to occur. The second C is coach for performance change. The actual coaching is done here. The goal is for the learner to engage in developing action plans for improvement. Language could include, now that you've picked 2 areas for improvement, what might be action plans for improvement? Do you have a timeline to work on these? If the teacher and the learner have a longitudinal relationship, they can now set another time for the learner to work on these domains. Let us reassess in a couple of weeks, a month. But if the relationship is a short one, we can ask as a supervisor, whom would you ask to observe you and provide feedback to see if your plans were effective? In summary, I'd like to redefine feedback and describe it with the following characteristics. Feedback is complex and bidirectional conversation. Relationships, that is, working relationships between the feedback provider and feedback recipient influence perceived credibility and therefore acceptability. The learning culture, that is, at the institution, impacts acceptance of feedback and even provision of feedback and the language which is used. Self-assessment, if encouraged, needs to be informed by others' data. The supervisor or the feedback provider needs to facilitate reflection and have a coaching mindset. And finally, learner performance and learner improvement is always central. I would like to conclude with a rather simplistic view of feedback. Place the learner at the center of the feedback conversation and encourage them to reflect on 3 questions and help them while they are reflecting. Where am I now? That is current performance, and this could mean any domain. Where do I need to be? That is the expected performance in any domain. And how do I get there? Because the where do I need to be calculates the gap between where they are and where they need to get to. But then this is not alone sufficient. They need to also be encouraged to formulate plans, namely, how do I get there? Here are some key references to assessment for learning, programmatic assessment, and feedback and coaching. Thank you.
So I hope you can all hear me. It's been an incredible pleasure to do this talk and to be invited by such wonderful people, your organizers. And I will let Dr. Abdulaziz Alamri start the panel discussion, but there are some questions that I'm already looking at, which I would love to answer live.
Sure, Dr. Ramani, thank you very much for your great presentation. We will be with you in a few minutes for the discussion and questions. But we will just have a few minutes, then we'll be all live for the discussion and questions.
Thank you.
Thanks. Assalamu alaikum, welcome back all. I may invite all the speakers to be live now, so we can have discussion and questions. Dr. Amuna, Dr. Ramani, Dr. Greengrass, and Dr. Shahat, please. I believe all of you are now live. So we got a few questions. I would like to thank you all for the great presentations. And we'll start with this question from Sudan. And may I direct it to Dr. Amuna Sheikh. Here is a question. Can we design an open-end self-learning program to let the student keep going on in a cascade way for wrong answer? This is from Sudan.
This is actually a great question. I think what is being asked is describing the future of education. So probably we are heading towards that, but we are not there yet. It will take us a while where, if we, student autonomy or being able to gauge their learning, the pace of the learning, the bridging the gaps, reaching to where they want to be, the standards they want to reach is very important. And I think that would be the ultimate that we are looking for.
Great, thanks, Dr. Amuna. Another question for you from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How can we get the effect of SMLE exam in the assessment of PLOs of our medicine bachelor program?
How we can get the SMLE results?
Yes.
In the assessment of PLOs?
PLOs, yes.
Well, the SMLE is not a curriculum-dependent tool. Although the blueprint is made on the Saudi framework, as the Saudi mid framework, but it is not directly related to the curriculum. So the program learning outcomes are different. And as you see, even the students when we did the survey, they said that it's not exactly what we are learning, but it has the same general pool of, if you like, of outcomes. So not necessarily that scoring on the curriculum or on the college exams will be predicting scoring on the SMLE, because the SMLE is not made to be a curriculum-dependent tool. It's like an aggregate of all the medical knowledge and skills in one written exam. So I don't think it will measure the program learning outcomes as such. But what is important is the great potential of this exam in ranking the medical schools and in how much it affect the future of the students. So we really have, I think it is the role of the medical school is to equip their students to perform well on these exams. So what we have done, the experiment that we have done where we gave them the chance to attend those tests after they graduated was a kind of a crash course. I would rather like it to be in striptease fashion, like they will have steps of that, and earlier on in their studies in the second or third year, they'll be able to diagnose their knowledge gaps and work on them, not towards the end. Another tool that can be used is the progress testing. So the progress testing, which is being used by many medical schools as a national practice, can be utilized, like it can be designed around the blueprint for SMLE. So the students each year are facing this SMLE blueprint-like, and they will be able to diagnose what is missing for their knowledge on how they can bridge it from year one. So I think this will be a very useful practice.
True, I agree with you. The problem with the SMLE now, it's became one of the important determinants for graduates to get in the residency program here in KSA. So this is the issue. Otherwise, I agree with you totally. Thanks, Dr. Amuna. I think we have a question for Dr. Greengrass. There are actually 3 questions. They are asking about scaffolding learning from Pakistan, from UK, and from Ireland. They are asking about what is it and how does it benefit students, and how can they get use of it. Please,
Okay.
Dr.
Yeah, sorry. Well, scaffolding is the same in Pakistan, the UK, and in Ireland, and in the rest of the world. Basically, what we're looking at here is we're trying to help a student to learn and to get from point A to point, well, ultimately Z, at the end of their curriculum. In order for them to get there, the scaffolding gives them that support, so they know kind of where they are in the curriculum. They might not know the details in the curriculum, but they know where they're going, and they know how they're getting there, and they also know when they've missed something. So scaffolding's important, and you can actually scaffold a curriculum by concept mapping that curriculum, showing the student exactly how they're going to learn each step, where they're going. And in this respect, it also helps metacognition. Well, metacognition is when you're in principle, metacognition is knowing how you are thinking, or thinking about your thinking. And in this sense, you are trying to work out where you are in that learning process, and is something missing from your thought process. And with scaffolding, it helps a great deal in order to think in a metacognitive way. It's called metacognitive monitoring. I hope I haven't waffled too much, and I've explained it reasonably well. I think also Dr. Muna Al-Sheikh also put a pretty good description of what scaffolding is also in the chat.
Great, very interesting. You can add anything, Dr. Muna, if you like.
Actually, the area of learning theories and how the mind works in learning is fascinating.
4 o'clock.
And how Dr. Colin describes it is really, I cannot get enough of that. So, I always tell my students, it's like somebody who has a filing cabinet, and the information are going there into those pre-formed structure. And each new knowledge has its own slot. So when you need it, you can go and pick it up. And this goes back to a paper which I read earlier about, categorizing students into 4 categories: those with empty mind, those with cluttered mind, those with elaborate mind, and those with intuitive mind. So if we can graduate our student with an elaborate mind, with a scaffold, with clear knowledge that is being anchored to previous knowledge, where they have all these relationships clear cut, and they can infer and get new information and extrapolate to a new situation, because every new knowledge has a place in that big structure that they have created by their learning. So it's a very interesting and fascinating area, and I wish that our students will grasp that and will know that the more they work on their mental capacity, the more the new knowledge will be easier, and things will be integrated together, and then they can be functioning and being able to accomplish tasks.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Amuna and Dr. Greengrass. I guess we have 2 questions here also for Dr. Ramani. The first one is actually about, he said, how would I start, either with trainee needs or with curriculum outline? Dr. Ramani?
Thank you. And I would actually love to compliment both Dr. Greengrass and Dr. Mona on what they said. And one other thing I would like to talk about scaffolding is the not just uncluttered mind, is the organized mind. And this is something I've faced over and over, which is our young people are usually brilliant. They have facts at their fingertips. But as we get more mature, we learn to declutter the clutter in our minds and learn to make connections. So I know this is culturally different in different settings, but I will get back to the question you asked me. But one of the things is I'm always fascinated to learn new facts for my learners, because they're learning new things all the time. But I can turn around and provide my service and my value by decluttering and making connections. So moving to the actual question that was asked. So there's two parts of it. The curriculum outline, which is as far as the knowledge goes. Okay, so that's the knowledge and possibly skills as well. And I would say that learner needs scaffolds or builds on the curriculum outline, but you first have to know, as teachers, we need to know what the expectations are of the curriculum, what the goals are, what the objectives are. I think we need to have not every line, every step, every word as the curriculum developers and people at the institutions, leaders of the institutions know, but at least a rough idea of what is it that we expect of our learners. But after that, what's very important for us, those of us who teach live on the ground, I think we need to attend to each individual learner needs. I know it's difficult. For the most part, we've got to provide an overview of expectations, but then there are different types of learners and we need to assess their learning needs and perhaps teach a little differently. I'm not going to talk about learning styles because that is not what the literature supports these days, but tweaking the learning needs or moderating the learning needs and offering different ways of learning, I think is important.
Great. I think this is the last question I received, which is again for Dr. Rahmani. How do you give good coaching feedback? I think this is the basic of your presentation, but if you can summarize it for them, and thank you.
Sure. I think many more people in the audience will know sports better than I will. Okay, so I watch, but I don't play. But think about the coach in the sporting field. What are they doing? They are observing the players. They are documenting both the strengths of a given player and the weakness where they need to improve. And then they sit with them one-on-one, basically, and tell them, this is where you need to improve in order to go to the next step. But that's not enough. In coaching, that was the old tradition, at least definition of feedback. But the coach goes one step further, which is they work with the player to make sure that improvement occurs. And this is why more and more medical educators and experts, health professions experts, are talking about bringing coaching into the feedback situation. So tell them where, and I ended with the 3 questions, where are they? That is the current performance, and that can be many, many, many different domains of performance. Then where do they need to be? That's the expected performance, based on your curricular expectations, based on the knowledge skills. But the coaching part is, how can I help you to get there? So that is the coaching piece.
Great. Thank you very much, all. And I think by this we came to the end of our session, the 3rd session of the first day of the conference. By the end, I would like to thank our distinguished speakers participated in this session. We actually discussed very important topics today related to medical education, including e-learning, curriculum design, and feedback. And again, I would like to thank the organizing committee for having us today and to be part of this successful event. Thanks all our speakers and our audience for the time. And maybe I'll give the mic for Professor Ghunaim to conclude. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Aisha. Thank you, Dr. Abaziz. Thank you, Dr. Mona. Thank you, Dr. Sabha, and thank you, Dr. Colin Greengrass. First of all, I would, at the end of the first day of all conference, I give my appreciate thanks to all of honorable speakers in the medical sector for their valuable informations and the generous presence and the fruitful interaction.
And by the end of our sessions today, we are waiting for all of you tomorrow at the second day, which start at the 9 a.m. And let me give the mic for my colleague, Dr. Haytham Al-Sharif on the Arabic side. Thank you all. Waiting for you, all of you tomorrow. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في نهاية فعالية الترم الأول ونيابة عن اللجنة التنظيمية من البث المباشر لاستوديو المؤتمر في جامعة حائل، بنشكر سعادة الحضور وسعادة المشاركين على إنجاح الفعاليات اليوم الأول، وإن شاء الله على وعد بلقاء اليوم الثاني إن شاء الله تمام الساعة 9 صباحا على نفس الروابط المرسلة لسعادة الزملاء لمتابعة فعاليات اليوم الثاني المؤتمر. شكرا لكم مرة ثانية وشكرا للحضور على ساعة صدرهم وبقاء معنا لنهاية المؤتمر. شكرا.
Thank you all. Waiting for all of you today at 9 a.m. again. Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
شكرا لكم. الله يحفظكم. مع السلامة.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
It was a
Thank
great
you
pleasure.
all. Okay, thank you all.